Three, two, one. What's going on, everyone? You're watching another episode of Ash on Comics Storytime Live. It's episode 143, brought to you by yours truly, Ash. And joining me tonight is the real, except no substitutions, Dr. Venkman. How you doing tonight, Doctor?
I am doing well, Doctor.
And what are you a doctor of?
Well, if I told you, I wouldn't be a doctor of that then.
Oh, is that how that works?
It's hush hush. Here, if you want, stuff, just can't talk about it.
No, that hush hush doctor.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds.
I'm not Jack the Ripper or anything like that. That's not that kind of doctor.
To be fair, I think Jack the Ripper would probably say the same thing.
I admit it. I get it. Fine. I'm
not implying anything.
I'm just gonna say this. I am the doctor of thugonomics.
Okay, whatever that is. Good evening.
Sorry.
Good evening, everybody. We're here for another wacky do show of Storytime Live, where Ash, that's me, reads you a comic or two live over the air while you tuck yourself in your bed and snuggle up and get ready for sleepy time. Or maybe you're just a night owl and you're working late and you need something to kill the boredom. And
you have me.
There's like 6 million other YouTube channels that aren't doing it for you, and you're stuck here. So thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. Tonight's show is absolutely not brought to you by our non-sponsor, Estrella Jalisco. I don't know if you heard if you listened at all to the indie comic show, but I'm drinking a michelada. Are you familiar with micheladas over there in the land of Wisconsin?
I know, because we're American. Drink killer. You and your fancy beers over there.
Hey man, we're the melting pot. America doesn't even have its own thing. We borrow from everywhere. So
you don't even have the melt anymore. You're just the pot.
I mean, even the beer you're drinking, like, we didn't invent beer. You are drinking beer, aren't you?
Not tonight.
No,
That's
not
too late.
Tonight. Oh, it's too late.
If you'd start early, it's tomorrow is new comic book day.
Oh, Wednesday. Okay.
I don't want to be driving sloshed.
So michelada is it's probably gonna gross you out. Michelada is beer mixed with tomato juice.
Wow, it could be worse. It'd be beer mixed with milk.
That sounds absolutely disgusting, and I've never heard anyone that does that. Is that what they do in Wisconsin?
No, I'm just saying.
Is that how they make beer cheese?
After we talked about that Pepsi and milk stuff, anything with milk just haunts me.
But I'm getting like strangely addicted to this stuff. It's like it's a spicy tomato drink, and this particular one has mango in it. So I don't know how that.
I would say because it's mixed with like tomato, it's probably like me having a Bloody Mary.
Yes, it is very much like a Bloody Mary, but yeah. Like a Bloody Mary, you can taste the vodka. Like this one has more of the beer taste, but the beer taste is kind of hidden. It's
like V8 Splash with more V8 than the alcohol.
I mean, you can taste it that it's got the beer, and it doesn't taste just like a V8. But I've had ones before where it's like really like it just tastes like tomatoes and beer. Like it just doesn't work. This one's a good one. And the mango, like I was like, I don't know how you mix these flavors together, but I guess if you had enough spice to anything, it works. Let's see, Melissa.
Well, look up. I was gonna say quickly, like Propel just came out with new flavors again. Now they have like orange, but it's like mixed with raspberry. So they're trying new stuff because I don't know if it's just me, but the Propels over here are just flying off the shelves. Like they can't keep them in stock. I don't know if that's for you over there, the bottles.
I don't. Who the fuck? Okay.
Women. I live with women, so.
I just don't understand the idea of Propel. And maybe that's why I'm not rich, because I don't have the foresight to be like, hey, let's make water with a little bit of flavor in it, and people will buy it, and they'll pay way more than for like other drinks.
To be fair, if you have nasty city water, you're buying bottled water. Now, and I can understand if you don't want to get soda because it's like all the sugars and all that crap in there. I mean, I don't. What's the flavored water? Is that like worse or is it the same? I would consider it to be the same
Well,
as
here's the
drinking
thing.
soda.
So I used to drink tons of bottled water, and I totally agree because I can't drink tap water anymore. But when I
Ugh.
did, I just bought like plain like I would go to like Walmart, for example, and just buy like the cases of like they're just Walmart brand bottled water. Like I just wanted purified water. I didn't need, oh, it's got electrolytes in it and it's got all the little flavor, like all that extra. So I didn't need that. So I was paying like, essentially, I think when it came down, it was like 10 or 20 cents a bottle. Like I was paying for like cheap. I just didn't understand why people would pay like $3 for a bottle of water. You're like, what are you doing?
True. I mean, if it's that nice pure artesian water, you might be paying $4 for it. It's being imported.
Now I'll tell you what. Like I did pay once for an Avion.
Oh yes.
And I was like, what's this Avion stuff? Whatever. Like Avion's been a thing since like it's one of the original bottled waters.
80s, right? Yeah. 70s,
yeah. And
80s.
I was like, whatever. And I was like, this is
my
special bottled water.
My great aunt would come over and always have the Avion bottle. So whenever I think of that, I think of my aunt because she passed away last year. So I think of that, every time I see her, the bottle. But the thing is, now she drank that, but she also drank Tab.
Tab?
Not much. She must not be able to taste anything.
Tab?
Yes, Tab. Tab, the Coke Tab. No?
Yeah, no, I'm familiar.
As I said, like that maybe that's why she drank the water.
Look, I grew up in the 80s. I understand once upon a time. Dude, I can remember. I'm old enough to remember when there wasn't Diet Coke.
Right.
Can you believe that? That once upon a time, there was no Diet Coke. Your choice was Diet Pepsi, Diet Right, or Tab. Like diet drinks were literally owned by a third market. Like Pepsi was, I guess, young enough. They're like, we're gonna get in the diet. Like Coke was like, we make soda, not diet crap, And it was like, and it became a big enough thing that I remember it was like introducing Diet Coke, and it was like, what? Like that was a thing that Coke wasn't gonna do, and they entered that market. But my point is, once upon a time, diet was way more trash than it is today. Like the improvements of technology, of artificial sweeteners and stuff have come so far. So like once upon a time, Tab was like a good choice. You're like, compared to what we have, I'm going to take the Tab. Nowadays, I'm just like, but I guess if you grew up on Tab, and now your taste buds are used to it, it probably does taste good to you. But yeah. No, my grandparents were they were Shasta drinkers, and they were diabetic, so it was all diet Shasta. And so I would spend the summers at their house, and the only thing to drink was either like water or diet Shasta. And I mean, they would go to like before there was Costco, there was Price Club. They would go and buy like cases of Shasta because they lived like far, kind of like you. Like I think you do. You live not like in town.
I'm like in the suburbs, so I'm just on the edge of Milwaukee County.
Yeah, they live like out in the rural part, so you had to drive like 20 minutes to get to a grocery store.
Well, that's my sister. She lives 40 minutes west of here. She's like half between Madison and Milwaukee County and stuff, Milwaukee City. Yeah. So when I go out there, it's like you're driving like. If you want to go to this Walmart, it's another 30 minutes. You go to this one, it's another 30 minutes. It's like, you have privacy. What's great about that? But it's like you suffer. Like, okay, now the gas is expensive. Might as well just take the horse to the store.
Well, what they did is they would just buy in bulk, right? And I guess that's what people do if you live like. So they would just have cases of like. I was just like. There was always just cases of soda around. Like, so as a kid, you eventually like, yeah, it tastes kind of gross, whatever, but you get used to it. So I got used to the taste of Diet Shasta as a kid. And that was just, what are you going to do? I'm sorry. I'm looking at the new comics for tomorrow. Wonder Woman Black and Gold
It's another comic book series anthology where it's gonna be in black and white.
Right, that's like the new trend. All right, let's get to that in a second here. Melissa is first, so I want to say hi to Melissa. Marani says first on 623. She's always skirting the rules. It's not 623 here yet, though, Marania, and the show is hosted here in California. And since we are a communist state, we do make the rules, and you don't get to argue against them. So tough.
I was just thinking she'll never win.
Let's see. HR is here. Good to see you, HR. Some weirdo named Backyard Moments. Welcome to the channel. And just kidding.
I heard the channel's great though. Backyard Moments.
Yeah. Is it about moments in the backyard?
Yeah, backyard moments. You just things that you come across, these birds and like stuff. And then there's 2 new videos up there I saw they have. It's about little baby chicks.
Is there bees too?
Well, no.
Oh,
if we had the birds and the bees, we'd have more.
Dude, that might be the key to that channel, is adding some bees, because then you can have the birds. Anyways,
I think there'd be more hospital bills.
Dominic's here. Good to see you, Dominic. Let's see. Wasn't Venkman in parapsychology and paraphysics? Says Dragon Majesty.
Wow.
I think you're talking about the fictional Dr. Venkman. Dragon. Yeah. This is the real Dr. Venkman. Let's see who else.
I got my degrees in hustling and swindling and just chilling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Marania says, tonight I'm uploading years of files to my OneDrive cloud storage while I listen to this live stream. Years of files to your OneDrive, huh?
Comic book files? Are you going to start selling comics? You want comics? Here's fine.
Yeah. Cloud technology is neat, but it's also kind of, it's a little bit, it's like a little bit disturbing. The idea that like you're hosting like your private stuff, you're like putting up on some corporate server somewhere where you don't know if they're accessing it, right? Like you'd have no idea. So Rania, that means don't put sex tapes up on. I wouldn't. Maybe, I don't know. You do you, people. That's everyone live their own lives. Marani says, I'd rather have Perrier with lemon, orange, or their berry flavor if I have to have flavored water. If you want to have flavored water, you need to go with San Pellegrino, my personal opinion. Forget those Frenchy weirdos. Get the Italian San Pellegrino mineral water. They make these, you can buy them in like cans, like soda. And they're flavored water, but it's not like water with like a little bit of flavor. Like these look like soda. If you pour them, they're like solid color, but they're real fruit juice with their mineral water, and they're fantastic. Ronnie says, I remember when it was only Diet Right and Tab for diet sodas. It was before Diet Pepsi. I remember, dude, they had, Ronnie, do you remember Pepsi Light? Pepsi Light. If Marani, I'm sure she remembers Pepsi Light because I remember Pepsi Light. So Venkman, they had this drink called Pepsi Light, and it was a form of Diet Pepsi, I guess. Like but it was with lemon. They put lemon in it as a way of making it not taste like utter shit. And I remember like tasting it for the first time, and I'm used to drinking Diet Shasta, right? So I'm just like, and I was like, oh my God, this is like the best diet soda ever. Yeah, that went away a long time ago though. I wonder why. I wonder if we put lemon in diet soda today.
Ooh, oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm thinking I'm planning ahead for our next arcade. I'm thinking this Wonder Woman Black and Gold.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to get with you on that. When do you want to do that?
Yeah. Screw reading. We're doing that tonight.
Right? We need to do it before it gets too old.
Tomorrow's Wednesday. You said you have a thing. What time?
See, tomorrow's Wednesday. No, because I got the show tomorrow.
What time do you have the show?
I mean, it's possible we could do it after the show. We could.
That's what I meant. Like,
the show's it's like usually an hour and a half for Criminal Cast. So give a buffer. If we start at 8, we'll be done by 10 my time. Because, Breen turns into a pumpkin, so he can't.
I'd rather have Breen on for Sour Capes. Cool. I mean, if he's ever
I've
available.
tried. He doesn't. I don't know. He doesn't like being all negative. Man, some of the
Well,
conversations we have, me and Breen, like behind the scenes, Breen is like an animal, man. He is hilarious. I'm like, dude, this is why I've been trying to get Breen to do stuff with me for the longest time. Not because of the Breen like everyone else sees when he's on other people's channels, but the Breen that I see when we're talking privately. That dude roasts shit. Like man, he gets funny. I mean, I start like pissing my pants, and I'm like, we gotta do this. This is what I want to do, and I don't know. I guess probably because, unlike me, he's revealed who he is in public. He doesn't want to get stoned when he goes to the comic book store. I mean, the old school stone, not smoking a bowl stoned.
Yep.
Let's see.
Wow.
Melissa says Harley is not a lesbian. That's not true. She's a lesbian. Sorry, Melissa.
What? She's a lesbian now. She's been that for like the past 10 years. You can't fight anymore. It's just like you can deny as much as you want, but you're the only person that believes that. At that point, you might be 5 other people.
Realistically, every woman in comics is a lesbian. They just haven't. They just haven't come out yet. Yeah.
And they're cripples. They're all in the dreamscape right now. As soon as the reality, they're crippled and black and lesbian. That's how we solve it.
Bronny says some restaurants actually serve some diet sodas with a wedge of lemon. Oh, there you go. I never ordered diet soda at a restaurant. That's just crazy.
So for anybody who's looking to look at the Wonder Woman Black and Gold, there's only one story out of the entire book. It's by John McCurdy and art by Ryan Sook. Ryan Sook, I'm curious to see what else he's worked on because he did a phenomenal job. I felt like I was reading like early 2000s Wonder Woman, just as far as illustration goes.
Well, these books
are horrible.
Well,
Becky Cloonan was horrible.
I was gonna say they're not out yet, but I guess DC books do come out on Tuesdays now.
Tuesday, yes.
So I got up on the screen here the new comics. Maybe I should put that up for you to see too, so you can see what I'm looking at live.
Yeah, the covers are great though. On the Wonder Woman's, that's what sucks. These are awesome, like variant covers too. It's like where she actually looks like a woman.
So this is I gotta set the timer, by the way.
We don't have timers here.
Timer. Got to get to the book. All right, in 30 minutes, we're getting to the book. Like it or not, Venkman.
Yeah, and I'm going to read it. You're going to sit there.
That'd be amazing.
Right?
So, yeah, this is what's coming out here. This, Wednesday, tomorrow, or today for some people. Batman Detective Comics is the number one. What the
I already read it.
What the...
I already read it.
Of course you did. You're a big Mariko Tamaki fan.
I'm hoping that they're going to go away from the whole future state thing, but they keep getting closer and closer to it.
No, they're not. They're embracing that full-hearted. Who's on the cover? Is this Huntress?
That's Huntress, yes. Oh, based off the movie Huntress.
Does she beat up Bruce Wayne? And
they're teaming up. They're working together.
What?
Currently, Bruce Wayne is a wanted criminal, wanted for the murder of his neighbor who was murdered. He's been living in a loft because Lucius Fox, remember, took his money. And apparently, for whatever reason, he can't live in the mansion anymore. I don't know, because maybe the mansion's destroyed because of the Joker, whatever last thing, but he's living in a apartment loft, for rich people. And he uses the sewers as his bat cave.
Hey,
and
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, there's a scene in there where this guy has this huge freaking gun. And someone forgot to tell the person who's drawing it that when you have a gun, it should not be behind the person's head when you're only in front of their face, and it should not be 3 times the size of their head. Revolver, because the guy in here, the girl who was killed, the father, he's like the size of the Hulk, but he's not Bane. But I'm like, this feels like I'm eating some anime stuff, like if you ever watched Dragon Ball, like Chi-Chi's dad, all big and fat and how huge he is.
Nope.
Or cartoons, or Wreck-It Ralph is a better example. I felt like this guy was pretty much Wreck-It Ralph, and they're supposed to be in a realistic setting, but he's got Wreck-It Ralph-sized hands.
Well, that's a comic trope.
Oh, it just
Comics
so
comics
cringe.
forever have been one of the things is you when you learn to draw comics, at least old school style, Marvel way, is you oversize the hands and the feet, because when you illustrate it, hands and feet always end up looking small, and so you just
Yeah,
overcompensate. Same thing with legs, especially if you're drawing
yeah.
females. You always draw their legs way longer. If you look at the real female anatomy, women actually have short legs. But in
So where's
artistic style, we always draw them lengthier because for some reason that's like a feminine. That's why women wear high heels, because it extends the length of their leg. That's why they wear high
yeah,
cut things, because it makes
yeah.
makes an
So
appearance that the leg goes up higher to their midriff.
yeah.
Anyways,
So the
Christopher,
gist of this, real quick, the gist of the story is
we'll
a
get to it,
reason
guys. He'll event.
the reason he's wanted is because he in a suitcase. You know, he found he
Hold on,
brought a
hold on.
duffel
Right?
bag.
No, let's not spoil books that people may not even get into the store to get yet.
Well, I'm talking about from last week's issue.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it leads up to this.
And don't
Is
spoil too. Like, still refrain from major spoilers.
okay.
Just because I don't know who's read. I mean, people come here. They're not excited.
Yeah, I know. Lady Clayface is a major factor in all this. We don't know why or how. I don't even know how the Guardians are even female version of Clayface. I guess just out of the blue. I guess where it was established in Tom King's run, maybe in the whole Bane, rule. Because I thought Clayface is supposed to be kind of dead in this universe now, from what I'm understanding. But
No, it's the omniverse. Everything counts.
yeah,
It is.
so,
That's what they said. Everything, like
because
Golden Age Superman, all that stuff.
yeah,
Everything's continuity now because
because
DC's
yeah,
morons.
so Bruce was seen with the Lady Clayface, who had taken the form of this guy's daughter. So because of that, he was a suspect in the murder, and it's just right now he's living as a wanted person, and Batman's also wanted for questioning too, because they're the last two people to see with the body, But nobody can figure out those two are the same people, and then Huntress is helping out, but Huntress has a backup story in every issue that's been coming out. This past 3 issues, so you're getting to see it's continuing the story, but from her point of view.
Yeah, I'm already bored from it. Rusty Deo. No, not Rusty Deo. Sorry. Rusty Deo. Hey, what's up, man? You're in here. But Christopher Barker, that's who I'm thinking of. He's in the chat. I've tried to get to you earlier, Chris, but Vankman went into the weeds. But that's all right. I've been in the weeds plenty of times. He says, hey, Ash, I'm just reading Titans Burning Rage and Batman Joker War. Both boring. Well, my friend, I bailed on DC Comics last winter. So I feel you sort of, but it's like when you see the dark clouds on the horizon, it's time to batten down the hatches and stay indoors, avoid the storm. I don't want to say I told you so, because everyone likes different things, but hopefully people are starting to realize like DC's in a bad spot, and the only thing unfortunately we can do, if we're truly a fan and we truly want things to be better, is to stop giving them money, and only give money to the things that are really good, because that will encourage them to do those things. If they can make money off of crap, then there's no reason to hire or pay good money for good talent. They can just throw the crap out there like Mariko Tamaki and put her on Detective Comics and whatever.
I haven't been reading the other one. I mean, that's just Detective Comics, but the other one I'm just sick of Moon Knight wannabe Ghostmaker.
Yeah. HR says, hated what they did with Harley's character now, except White Knight by Sean Murphy. I agree. Sean Murphy came up with the super clever fix for Harley Quinn that I just love, because I hated Harley Quinn. I've always hated Harley Quinn since they brought her into comics. I like the Harley Quinn from the animated series.
Yeah,
but
when is the next one?
The comics Harley Quinn, she just became lamer, and as soon as she came in the comics, she just went down this path of stupidity that just got worse and worse and worse and worse. But for whatever purpose or reasons, people gravitated towards it. And I think it's because she became like a hot topic kind of icon. And I think she appealed to like non-fans who were like, oh, the Harley Quinn's so cool. Like, look at
teenagers.
Yeah. And so DC and their stupidity translated that into thinking the comics success, like, and That's not how that works.
I mean, I like your Injustice is pretty good. Harley is good in there.
But Sean Gordon Murphy did the perfect fix. Like he was like, you can have your cake and eat it too type of fix. And I was like, this is great, because I've talked about this many times. The problem with changing characters is inevitably when you alter a character, you build up new fans of version B. But version A fans don't like the change. Except now you have two. You have A fans and B fans. And so if you revert back to A, you're forced to piss off the B fans. So if you stay at B, the A fans are pissed off. And now you can't please your fan base. That's why you should never do that. Always stay consistent and true to your character. Because the people who don't become fans, like, I don't like the A. Okay, cool. Go find something else to be a fan of. You don't have to worry about pissing them off because they never got emotionally invested, right? It wasn't for them. If Mattel goes and changes Barbie, I don't care. I'm not emotionally invested in Barbie. It's not my thing, you know.
Barbie was born a man.
Mattel never had to change Barbie to appeal to me, right? Like that would be stupid to do so. And what we're seeing in comics though is even worse, because what they do, like in the case of X-Men, is that they've gone like version C and version D, and I think now we're on version E, you know, like, and so now you've got all these different fan bases, like, this is my era, and now it's impossible to please. You just have little fragments of, you know, fandoms out there, and you can't win. You can't have a success because everyone is split and different. No, that's the stupid version. If you stay true to your character, you know, and you say, look, we're just version A is the only version. And if you're a fan, awesome. If you're not, you're going to go find something else, and that's fine. And if you do version A great, then you're going to be able to get the biggest possible happy fan bases, because everyone is eating from the same pie, so to speak. So that was me going in the weeds. So yeah, I just wanted to address that because I 100% agree with the Sean Gordon Murphy White Knight. Dark Knight's metal was goofy, and everything past that is whack and not in a good way. Also, Justice League Infinite Frontier is cringe. 100% agree. 100% agree. I think you meant Dark Knight's death metal. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Because there was stuff after the original metal that I think was good. Up to death metal, which I like death metal. I just hate after. Like the whole shattering of the universe and Infinite Frontier. Like, no. The story of death metal itself, fun. It's bonkers. And if it would have just ended like metal and just been like, oh, everything's back to normal, that was just a weird story, like that would have been cool. But not. This Omniverse thing is stupid, Bankman. I was just thinking this the other day. So if everything matters now in DC and everything's canon, that means Superman's married to Lois and Wonder Woman?
In between he got divorced?
Well, no, because the New 52, he was with Wonder Woman.
But then the world resets. But if he merged those two characters merged together, there was a global reset.
No, see, previously there were multiverses, right?
Yeah.
New 52 was a part of the multiverses. And there's versions previously when Superman was with Wonder Woman. My point is, now with the Omniverse, all of it is crammed together. There's no separate multiverses. They're all now together. So Superman is with Wonder Woman and Lois. Apparently, I guess. I mean, I haven't seen him physically with it, but I mean, that's now part of the same.
Yeah.
Part of the same universe now. There's just one big giant omniverse all mashed together. Christopher says Omniverse is fanfic BS. Yes, I agree. I'm being facetious. I'm just trying to point out the absurdity that apparently some suits in a room somewhere decreed this without thinking about it for more than 5 minutes. Like how stupid the Omniverse is. I mean, seriously. And then everyone else at DC didn't have the balls to like kick back when some higher up was like, let's do this. And someone didn't have the balls to be like, whoa, stop. Let me explain to you how stupid this is and why. Like everyone's like, oh, that's a good idea, boss. Yeah, we'll do it. Like that's, I mean, I don't know what actually happened, but it's like Speaking of stupidity, like take a look at this awesome Justice League cover. Look, we gotta have Naomi and Black Adam. Do you know Black Adam is part of the Justice League now?
Apparently so.
Did you know that?
Nope.
I didn't either. Apparently,
Oh,
it's
Black Adam's been helping out even before the events of Endless Winter. So I mean, he's been helping out with the Justice League.
well.
Here and
Here it
there.
says Black Adam joining the Justice League becomes public.
He said I haven't been reading it. That'd be more like a Zach Ricardo, Richards question.
This
Zach Attack.
Zach had told me, he's like, oh, that happened 2 months ago, Ash. And I'm like, well, I'm not buying DC, so I'm not going to be. But this is what happens when you put Brian Michael Bendis on a book. It turns to shit. Not just in the writing, which I'm sure is terrible, but he just goes through and changes everything just to change it. And Black Adam? Really? In the Justice League of America? Black Adam.
Villain. With the soft side.
Oh, he's an empathetic villain. That's what we do now.
He was scorned by the old man.
I mean,
that's why he was mad, because he's in prison for all these years, but now he's learned to deal with his feelings. He's been seeing a therapist at the Hall of Justice.
Are they going to? I'm waiting for them to take off blonde-haired Arthur and replace him with the new Aquaman that they're introducing.
I'm shocked they haven't replaced him with the Jason Momoa-looking version. Remember they always do that when they're trying to, like, you know, support stuff. Like, if they're gonna do a Justice League movie, another Aquaman 2 coming out, why haven't they changed his look? Why is he still blonde?
He's blonde. He was blonde in the comics. It would have been weird to do it like 2 years after the movie came out. If they would have done it right when the movie came out, I could have understood at least. But my point is, there's no Aquaman book right now at DC. There isn't. They're launching a new one. It's a mini-series, but it's got the new Black Aquaman. Yeah. And I'm just like, well, now we can just take Arthur Curry. Maybe he can die.
But my thing is, like, they're doing that for the 80th anniversary of Aquaman is this year. And then, guess what? Back in March, they were supposed to get the Green Arrow anniversary, but DC never released it.
And I'm sorry. Green Arrow and Black Canary on the Justice League is just retarded.
Sidekicks, that's what they are.
I am not at all attacking those. If you're a Green Arrow and Black Canary fan, more power to you. They're just not Justice League material. Like, quit. Like, I could see it right now. Bendis is like thinking about the MCU and like Hawkeye and Black Widow and being like, I can do the same thing on Justice League. No, you're creatively bankrupt, Bendis.
What Bendis will do, he'll just watch the fantastic cartoon called Justice League Unlimited, where they actually had Green Arrow and Black Canary on the team, but they were like not the A list; they were the B list, because what they showed Unlimited showed that there was thousands of league members. So if you want to have them have their side story, but have backup from the league, go ahead, but like never have them as the main part of the league, because it's just a guy with an arrow, and she's a Sonic Cry. But I mean, they're street level characters.
Street level, right? No, and as a matter of fact, I always thought that they should reimagine the Outsiders.
Do you know why Batman's in part of the Justice League? Because he built the freaking watchtower with his money. That's why he's part of the league.
Well, also, Batman is sort of that anomaly, right? Like, the whole thing about Batman is like, look, he's just a man. He's got no powers. But the dude is just able to transcend that. Like, he's just so brilliant of a detective. He's got a scientific mind. He's got the money. He's trained more than any person on the planet. He's put in more physical training. He's just the ultimate way any human being could possibly be. Batman is the pinnacle. You cannot, without powers or anything else, you cannot surpass Bruce Wayne. He's put in 10 times the effort of the next closest competitor type thing. You know, that's why I can't stand like the idea of like which Fox son is taking over. I can't even keep track of the Foxes. Jason Fox, is that his right name? Is that who's the new Batman? I think it's like Jace Fox or Jason. Someone in the chat tell me.
Oh, isn't it Tim Fox or the Jace?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. There's too many Foxes. Him taking over Batman. I'm like, dude, it took Batman 20 years just to get to be like base level Batman. Like, you don't just step into the costume and be like, I'm the new Batman. No,
the thing is that
in Stupidity World, you do that on CW shows. You do stuff like that, but
that's because there's no Batman.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how
you take away the elements. Yes, you can.
I could see CW doing that. You know, they did that with Batwoman. Like, oh, hey, I found a costume. Look at me.
But you know the dumb thing about having anybody other than, I mean, I could see you could have Luke Fox, because Luke Fox he's been Batman for the past couple of years now. I mean, he's not equivalent being Batman, but I mean, him showing up as Batman, because guess what? He's got Bruce's millions, plus his dad's an inventor, and learning from his dad.
Isn't he Batwing?
He was Batwing. I don't know if he still is.
So that would make a little bit more sense, because you're like, hey, I have all this experience being Batwing,
fighting crime. So.
Why is my younger brother isn't it younger brother? I don't even know which. See, I can't even keep track of the stupid. It's just like DC keeps inventing new characters because they don't want to use the ones they already have. I don't understand this. This is why I could never get into Batman Beyond. And I know you're a big Batman Beyond fan, but I could never get into the concept of Terry McGinnis. I was like, you've got 4, 5, 6, half a dozen Robins already, and not one of them is going to be the new Batman. Is that what you're telling me? Jean Paul's not going to be Luke Fox, like Batwing's not. No, we got to make a whole new character out of the blue.
When Terry was created, there was no Damian Wayne. They just had Tim.
But I know. I get it when they originally created him too. I think it was farther in the future,
and it only works. It only works in that universe. You cannot make it as a main universe, because you're right. Because there are all these in the animated universe at that time. There was no Jason Todd,
right? And there also was. It was. I'm pretty sure it was farther in the future originally. It was Batman Beyond 2.0 that they kind of retweaked it and was like, nah, it's only like 20 years in the future now. Okay.
So that's why it made more sense for the cartoon, and that's why, and I liked about the whole, what's his name's future, and the comic Jan Jurgens was writing, because it was still part of that same universe. It wasn't like the main continuity like that. So I mean,
all right,
because there is no Jason Todd in that universe. There's everyone else, and plus anybody who was like. Could have been that. It would have had to be Damian, because for how far was Jurgens said in the future.
Yeah, no, certainly Damian would be. I would love to see Damian be the new. Yeah,
Damian would be the young. He'd be the only one that's young enough to do it, because Tim's older than him.
Yeah. Real quick. Oh, I skipped this. I could get into this comment late. HR says, I never liked the Dark Knight's metal and death metal. It caused a lot of problems in DC. Well, I'm sorry you didn't like those, because I think they're fantastic. Brilliant art, by the way. I love the stories. I get it. Not everyone's going to like the same things. I don't think they cause a lot of problems in DC to be argumentative. I think, first of all, Dark Knight's metal brought back Hawkman. So that's a win. The best thing DC has done in 5 years or more is Hawkman. Robert Venditti, I will put that up against anything. Robert Venditti's Hawkman, absolute best thing that's happened. Better than Scott Snyder's New 52 Batman. Better. I don't know. You guys in the chat challenge me. See if you think there's something better than Venditti's Hawkman run. That came out of Dark Knight's metal. Also, the New Age of Heroes, which is gone. It got murdered by Dan Didio. New Age of Heroes is one of the best comic events I have ever seen by any comic company ever. New Age of Heroes was great. Executed rather poorly. Some mistakes were made. Dan Didio obviously murdered it. There was problems. However, that was a fantastic thing Dark Knight's Metal created. Dark Knight's Metal did a lot of great things. Destroying the source wall. I mean, when Johns was in charge and people like Scott Snyder were in his camp, like DC was on a path of really creative, like I talk about creative bankruptcy. That's what's been at Marvel for the past decade and a half, DC was on an era of like creative genius. Like they were just like, all these new things are open and we're doing these great things. That's not to say every comic is perfect. You know, there was some bad writing, and that's always going to be the case. And certainly you can say death metal, but Ash, look what we got after death metal. I'd argue it didn't have to be that way. That was what DC wanted, regardless of death metal. And I would bet big sums of money to say that Scott Snyder was basically told, like, here's where we're going. Make sure your story wraps up so it fits this new 5G thing we're doing. I don't think Scott's idea was that, because guess what? After that, Scott's like, see ya, DC, I'm out of here. Like, it's pretty clear that they ran him out of town, just like all the other big talent. So all I wanted to argue on that point is not whether you should like it or not. I would encourage you to be, you know, I like it as I want other people to like it, but I don't think it caused the problems at DC. I think it's the scapegoat. Chris says, nah, Ash, both metal and death metal are beyond cringe. Oh man, I disagree. There's some great...
I never got through both before. I only got in because I was reading other stuff. Going back and looking at it again, if they kept them as Elseworlds, not affecting what's going on now, because Future State is because of this crap, you know, I would probably appreciate it more.
The only cringy things I found in death metal, in metal, were like the side story stuff. Like when I would read like the Teen Titans tie-in book, like those, but the Scott Snyder actual metal issues, I thought they were fantastic. I mean, they're Justice League stories, but they're Justice League stories told in this like new world, like the creation of the dark multiverse.
Yeah.
I mean, the title is really on the nose because the stories, it really was metal. I don't know. I liked it. I mean, the art of, what's his name? I'm drawing a blank. Gosh, why am I drawing a blank? He's one of my favorite artists. I'm drawing a blank on his name. Help me. No, the guy who did metal, who did all the New 52 Batman.
Gosh, I know Greg Capullo. Scott Snyder.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Capullo. Thank you.
That's what I said.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I pronounced it weird. Yeah, Greg Capullo. Sorry, my Biden brain just flipped off. Yeah, the Greg Capullo art is so fantastic. Dude, the story and learning about how Barbados worked and the Forge of Worlds, the Return of Hawkman. Dude, the epic story of Batman saving Superman, like, it was dude, first of all, it was a good Justice League story, but I also thought it was a really fantastic Batman-Superman story, and how their friendship was sort of detailed and told in that book. And then I really liked in death metal how Diana gets the spotlight, and it's a really fantastic Wonder Woman story, and I'm not even a Wonder Woman fan. So, man, I feel sad that other people don't see it in the same light that I do.
Yeah.
Chris, go ahead.
I understand the New 52. The reason why people hate, and that's the one I hate too, is the whole thing because they just did that after Marvel broke up. You know, did the whole One More Day crap, and then here comes DC. We're gonna ruin our crap too, but even worse. It's like, so I cringed to that too, because we just had, like, before this was like Blackest Night and Brightest Day and all that stuff, and then you go into this New 52 stuff. It's like, what are you doing? Why is Superman not with Lois anymore? You know, we're sitting where she doesn't even know he's Superman. It's just like she's dating on a guy. Clark just being upstage. We got Clark starting off in a Superman t-shirt that he stole from some guy who had a Superman t-shirt. Why was the guy even selling Superman t-shirts? That's why I was confused. He just took it off there. It's just this. He was wearing jeans, the cape. And I think that was the Bendis, wasn't that Bendis' Man of Steel?
I don't remember. I try to forget all the Bendis stuff.
Like I said, it was just so weird how they did that, and this, because it's like, I was at that point, it's like, wow, I guess relationships don't matter anymore. Why even have them together? Hal's not with Carol, you know, Clark's not with Lois, you know, and like, you know, why should I care? Like, you know, it's just, to that point, I just got so sick of comics, and I kind of I dipped out of everything. I just took a break for like 8 or 9 years. It's just got to that point where it's like, why should I spend money on stuff that I don't care about? Because there wasn't anything I was reading that I liked. But now going back, I actually do like the Greg Capullo Batman stuff. Brian said towards the end it gets cringy, but Court of Owls, Year Zero, great.
Yeah, I love Court of Owls. I like when people put new world building into Batman, because I'm just so tired of 80 years of the same clown villains.
Yeah,
and not that I want them gone. I just don't want to see them on infinite repeat. It's like, oh look, here's Calendar Man for the 500th time. Like, really?
My thing is, if you're gonna have Batman and you want to be called Detective Comics, have him do detective work, and have him stumble a bit. But like you said, like I just don't want it at the point where he's just like written so bad out of character. Like how many times?
It's Mariko Tamaki. She can't write a detective story to save her life.
She was starting off well for what she's been doing. I mean, she has to do Future State.
No way. She was spinning plates on the Future State books. You were mesmerized by the Dan Mora art.
Oh man. Oh, the Dan Mora art. Plus, it was actually
nothing happened in that story. All she did was not shit the bed. All she did was just sound fine. But dude, come on, the story's over. You're like, what happened? Nothing. It just went around, Batman running around, avoiding the magistrate with some beautiful art.
At the end, he took on the Peacekeeper.
There was no clever story. There was no plot.
For all we know, he's dead.
Maybe. For all we know, we don't know. No resolution.
We never got a resolution.
Anyone could have wrote what she did. Like,
they want to start over. Well, yeah, I agree, and it wrote, but it wasn't the typical Mariko Tamaki that I was used to getting.
It's true. I mean, it wasn't a big lesbian man-hating fest like she did with Wolverine. But she only had 4. We'll get there. She's bringing in Huntress now, so we'll see. Maybe Batwoman can take over Detective Comics, and she can be the real. Who knows what she's gonna do? Because Detective Comics does not have to be Batman.
Yeah. The whole thing is that if Future State's done with all this crap, I want to see how she writes normal Batman. That's all I want to see. Because literally,
I don't want to see that. I want to see her off. Let's bring in some talent. Like, why are we putting people who are proven to be terrible on the biggest, arguably one of the biggest, the biggest comic franchise in comics is Batman.
Look at Megs Mazzaggio. Everybody thought that she wrote crap, and she was writing crap, but then Jenny Hex was phenomenal.
Hex was okay. Let's ease back the reins. It wasn't phenomenal. My God. The only thing phenomenal about it is that it was okay. We were like, oh, hey, Mags didn't shit the bed. She wrote a fine one-shot comic.
Believe me, when you can get Breen to like a book, you know you've done your job.
Oh. Yeah, write 12 books a year now. Come on, that's different.
Well, I don't know what Mags up to now because he has no.
I'm happy that Mags wrote one comic. Like, whatever. I mean, I've seen Gail Simone write a good comic once too. That's not how you get to the major leagues, because you can hit a baseball once. Oh, look, you should be in the major leagues. You hit the ball, got on base.
Like I said, right now DC doesn't want to give us any good writers. The writers are leaving. So we're stuck with that.
Right. No. You're not stuck with it. That's what I'm trying to argue. You're not stuck. You have a choice.
Yes, I'm saying, but if you decide to stay, with it, you're stuck with that writer, whoever they put on. Right. It's your choice.
I refuse to be stuck with it. That's why I pulled the pin and pulled the sheet open.
I'm gonna tell you.
I jumped out of the plane and I was like, "See ya."
I've been keeping up with the Detective Comics online through the piracy thing, because what's going to happen? I'm hoping when I peek in there every once in a while, I'm going to find something I like and read it, and I'm going to buy it, But I'm afraid, because I've seen this before with Nick Spencer. I dipped and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. These last 4 books have been awesome, and then it went to shit again.
Mm-hmm.
And then it came back, and then it went to crap again. So it's like, anybody who says, "Oh, well, you shouldn't do piracy," well, no, because I wasn't gonna buy these books because I saw the first was
Well,
crappy,
hey,
the
hey,
second was
we're
crappy.
not gonna be arguing
I
piracy
know.
here.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, with the quality of books been put out for our stuff, I don't blame anybody who decides they want to check to see if it's good before they buy it. Because you should be able to. With everything else, you can test it out.
My
Can't
thing
test
is
out a book.
this: just go for the stuff that is good. Why
They're, they're,
keep
they're,
fishing
they're really
in the shitty, muddy, fucking stinky
because we love
dead
our
pond
characters.
and go, man, I hope I finally like.
We love our characters. I love Spider-Man.
I understand, dude. I
Yeah.
understand, dude. You don't. No one, Venkman. You don't. Your love of Spider-Man. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to attack your love of Spider-Man.
Because I'll just say this: the books you say that claim to be better than this, I'm not. They're not my cup of tea. So I'm limited to what I like. You know what I can read.
Well,
And
we're gonna have to read a better book tonight here.
yeah, we gotta read some Red Sonja.
Red Sonja. Yeah,
Amy Cho.
if Dynamite could get talent on Red Sonja, that'd be amazing.
Well, they got that Luke Lieberman. His name is. He's back on. Mark Russell's off, so I've been reading him. I'm enjoying him.
That's got to be an improvement. Mark Russell.
It's like walking 5 miles, but this time you have your shoes on.
All right, so I promise everyone we're gonna read comics. When the timer went off a few minutes ago. We'll get back. We need to talk about the comics coming out tomorrow, which it's tough. It's so much tougher to manage time when you have a co-host. And I'm not saying that negative. I like having you on here, but it's tough. It's because you have to factor in giving other people time to talk.
You talk most of the time anyway.
I do. Well, it is my show, and I'm used to having to hold the reins. I'm not doing it to be a dick. And I'm also trying to address the chat too, because I want everyone to be involved. That can't be on a mic. So I'm doing the best I can, Bankman. I'm sorry. And I mean that sincerely. So
You're the best around.
Never. No one's ever gonna take me down. How's that go?
Yeah, you're the best around.
Is that from Karate Kid?
Yeah, it's like
yeah. I couldn't remember if that was Karate Kid or Best of the Best.
When they go and get tough, it's
Oh man,
that was the championship match. At the end,
I can't wait for season 4 of that.
Right.
All right, guys. Comics. This is a Comixology original, so I'm gonna guess quite a many of you have never read this book. So this might be a first. This might be the first time you've ever partaken in a Comixology original. This is the first time I've ever partaken in a Comixology original. Most of the stuff that they put out does not look like my cup of tea. I'll just put it that way. It's very much modern comics, if you get my drift. But I am a huge fan of, I'm a strong fan of Jeff Lemire. When he's on, he's on. One of my favorite books out there right now is the book that he's doing called Ascender. And it's a fantastic book. I encourage people to read it. It's one of my favorite books, and it's him. But I don't love everything that he does. I've done on this channel, I did a book of his, Gideon Falls, and it was well received by the audience. So the audience saw a lot more of that book than I did. I enjoyed the book. It's a fine book. I would be happy to read more of it. It just wasn't so strong that I was like, oh, I need to, only so many books can make the cut. So when I saw that Jeff Lemire was doing a Comixology original, I was like, oh, hey, there's a guy I like, with art by Jock, who he's hit or miss for me. I think Jock does really good covers, but I'm not a super fan of his interior art. Some people love Jock. That's just the way that he is. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to try this because I have a Comixology account. I encourage everyone else to get one. It's $5.99 a month. You can read all the Comixology Unlimited books you want, unlimited, including every Comixology original comic is part of the unlimited thing too. So I decided to read these. These come out monthly, just like normal comics, but digital only. And So far, I've read the first 4 issues. The 5th issue just came out today, as well as the trade paperback for this, collecting the first 4 issues, and they're labeling it season 1. Kind of annoying, but since I'm not collecting these physically, I guess I'm like whatever. But you can buy the trade for $6.99, which is actually a somewhat good price for a trade. I like this book quite a bit. So this is a book that I have read myself, and I'm going to just share it with you guys and see if you like it as well. It's a very simple story, and to me, I think this is where Jeff Lemire shines the best, when he can just focus on a few characters in a simple setting, and his ability to pacing and plotting can shine through. So hopefully you like it. Like I said, I very much enjoyed it. It was very suspenseful, intense for me at points, and hopefully I don't drop the ball and I can present it in a good light. So without further ado, let me type in the chat here. It gives me an anchor so I know where to come back after I finish. This is Snow Angels, issue 1. The trench is all I've ever known. I was born in the trench, and I'll die in the trench. Out here, away from the village, it's just me and Maymay and Pa. That's all we got. That's all we need. The trench provides. That's one of the 3 rules. Rules I've heard over and over again every day of the 12 years I've been alive. I can say them in my sleep, and sometimes I probably do. Rule number 1. The trench provides. All we need to keep us alive can be found growing in its walls, swimming under the ice, or in the gifts the Colden ones left us. Rule number 2. You must never, ever leave the trench. There is only death outside of the trench. The winds up there would rip the flesh from your bones, and there ain't nothing but ice in every direction anyhow. And worst of all, leaving the trench means waking the snowman who waits out there in the ice. Death incarnate. And rule number 3. The trench never ends. It stretches on forever in both directions. To try to find the end of the trench will bring you only death and madness. So be happy. So better to stay close and be happy with what we got. Keep up, Maymay. I am. Don't skate so fast. Girls, enough. We're nearly there. Just a little bit further. Whoop. A kill shot. Good work, Milliken. Thanks, Pa. Poor doggy. Don't feel bad for the trench dogs, Maymay. They give us life, and we honor every part of them, just like the Colden ones asked us to. Still think it's sad. Don't be such a baby, May. Milliken? What? Be patient. She's only young. Not a big grown-up 12-year-old like you. 12 years old. I'm 12 years old. Today's my birthday. That's why Pa took us so far from the village. It's a special hunting trip just for the three of us. I wish it was just me and Pa, but there's no one we can really leave Maymay with who she wouldn't drive crazy. The other trench folk don't much like Pa taking us hunting anyhow. They all tease him and tell him he's raising us like we're boys. I think that they'll hurt my feelings, but I'd rather be raised like a boy. Better this than to have to stay at home in the village and cook and clean and all that other girl stuff. Maymay would probably like that. She's more like the other girls. Not me. I'm like Pa. When I grow up, I'm going to be a hunter like him. But right now, I don't want to think about growing up. I just want to be what I am. I just want to enjoy this night. Millie, I almost forgot. I have something for you. What about me? It's not your birthday, scrapweed. She's right, May. Wait, what? Oh, sorry. Bad reading by the reader, sorry. Take 2. What about me? It's not your birthday, scrapweed. She's right, May. Turning 12 is a special birthday, and it deserves a special gift. What is it? I found it in one of the old machines. Something the Colden ones left behind. But this one is different. It still has some of their magic left. Press that. Whoa. What are they, Pa? I don't know. Not for sure. Maybe it's what the Colden ones look like. The Colden ones don't look like flashing lights, Maymay. They were like us, except really big. You don't know that, Milliken. No one really knows what they look like. Right, Daddy? Right, May. Oh, I read that again wrong. That was May. Sorry. It's hard when you read in individual frames like this. Take 2. You don't know that, Milliken. No one really knows what they look like. Right, Daddy? Right, May. But I think Millie's right. I don't think Colden ones look like the lights. I saw something like these once. My brother and I, when we were younger. They were up in the sky. The gray clouds parted for a moment, and beyond them... Your brother? What do you mean, Pa? You don't have a brother. What? Oh, no, I meant to say your mother and I, when we were young. You should turn off that light, Millie. Save it for special times. No way of knowing how long the magic will last. Could go dark any time. Okay. Thanks, Pa. I love it. Speaking of dark, I think we need to get some sleep. Aw, come on, Pa. Knock it off, Maymay. We have a long skate back home tomorrow. Yeah, you better get to sleep, Maymay, or the snowman will come and get you. Shut up. The snowman isn't real. Is too. Be nice, Milliken. Or the snowman will get you, too. Pa! Caleb! Caleb, wake up! We got a fresh kill here. Oh, Caleb must have got into the scrapweed again last night. Maymay, come on. I'm freezing and I want to get back to our tent. May? What is it, May? I... Nothing. Let's just go home. Maymay has always been weird. Pa says Mama was like that too. Mama died when Maymay was born. I mean to say, she died having Maymay, but it wasn't May's fault. She was just a baby. I was only 4 when Maymay was born, so I don't remember much of Mama. But I do have one memory that I... What? May, don't look. Daddy! Pa, I don't... Quiet. What? Pa, what? Shh. Kst, kst, kst. Skates. Here. Kst. Daddy, no. Quiet, Maymay. Hurry. Kst, kst. Get under now. No, I don't want to. Kst, kst. Now, May, now. Kst, kst, kst. Whatever you do, be quiet and don't move. Kst, kst. All I can smell is blood, and all I can hear is the sound of his skates. Kst, kst, kst. I heard skates all my life. I've been skating since I was nearly a baby, but I ain't never heard skates that sounded like that. And that's when I knew it was all true. The snowman was real, and he's come to kill us all. To be continued. All right. I didn't get much typing or much chat during the reading of that book. Did you fall asleep, RDV?
What? I'm here. I'm awake. Is this futuristic, or is this like, what time period is it supposed to be? Or is this just completely like, just like they've been in the dystopian world for the past like 30 years?
That's a good question. You're not really meant to know at this part. There's just this world.
Snow angels, where we make snow angels in the snow. Bloody snow angels.
You're not really meant to know, I don't think.
As a reader, you have no right.
Well, no, I just think at this point, like, it hasn't been revealed. It seems to be like a post-apocalyptic world, because obviously they found technology,
Yes,
which they call magic because they're a primitive society, and
it makes it seem like it's been like 100 years.
So yeah, and that their only world that they know is this snowy world of the trench. Obviously, though, the snowman at the end, he's like, looks like some sort of robotic machine, death machine.
Robots kill the earth.
Could be. I don't know the end of the story because it's still ongoing. This is just the first trade of the series, so my knowledge of it is limited as well. I just very much liked the pacing of it. I'm very much a fan of stories where they start off and you don't know what's going on. You're just like, boom, you're thrown in the middle of it and characters are happening and you don't fully understand the world. You're just like, hey, like Mad Max, right? You start off and there's Max in his car, just like, okay. And you just...
But I think they do give you a little history, though. Like what you're seeing is that the end of the in the first Mad Max, you see it's right at the end where gasoline prices go up, crime skyrocketing, everything, and then the whole thing's going on. Yeah, that leads the end. But I mean, like, this feels like I'm watching like Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome. But like, imagine, but they didn't have technology, so they didn't have all this stuff. I mean, they have spears and stuff like this, but there's no cars that we've seen yet. No.
Right. Well, and there's some machines. We've seen some machines.
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks like that people don't know how to use, like, all the knowledge of using things have been forgotten, and so they just have primitive, kind of Stone Age.
They should do an alternate, book like this, too similar, but have people over 50 trying to learn how to use computers. What is this technology? I don't understand this, Palm Pilot.
Well, like it seemed like the thing that he gave his daughter was like some sort of star chart thing.
Yeah. And
they didn't understand what it was because they've never seen the stars. Like, they live in this snowy ice age with the clouds of. So he's like, one night, he tells the thing. He's like, I saw something like this once when the clouds separated. He didn't understand what he was seeing. Like, and I like things like that where a little bit leaks a little bit of the world lore at a time. And as the story goes on, more things become apparent. But, like, who are the Colden ones? Like, who was the snowman? Like, what's going on? Ronnie says, did you notice that the people have 2-fingered hands and a thumb? Unless their hands are normal and just drawn badly. No, that's the gloves they wear. They're kind of like a cross between mittens and a glove. So it's like
the Ninja Turtle foam gloves.
They're like they're Spock gloves, right? So you can do the Spock thing. 2 fingers in each thing, so it keeps you warmer. Which is why mittens exist. Mittens keep you warmer because all your fingers are in together, so the body heat works better. Because keeping your extremity, if you're an extreme, anyone who's ever lived, like Venkman can tell you, I think he gets some extreme cold occasionally. Your extremities freeze up pretty quick.
Oh, yeah. You get, like, I look at this being like Day After Tomorrow. Remember that movie? Like the instant freeze, everybody froze.
Thanks for reminding me of that dumpster fire.
I'm just saying, man, just something like that happened, but now we're set in an ice age. The only problem with I had with dystopian features like that, where everything's all snow like this, it means that eventually it's just we're gonna get colder and colder and colder. Because they always said, like, what if the sun like goes away, But obviously the sun's still there, so something happened, and it's got to be artificial, which caused this. That's my thought.
Could be
something happened.
Could be nuclear winter. Like this could not even be Earth for all we know. This could be another planet that humans settled. Right.
Yes.
And then something happened, and they lost contact with their, the Mother
pods.
Earth.
Yep. They've just been inhabiting there, trying to survive.
There's a lot of possibilities. I don't know. So, it's funny though. Didn't get many viewers on this tonight. When I do, it's so weird going back to what we were talking about. I was like, don't support Marvel and DC and stuff. It's not because I don't want people to support Marvel and DC. I just want good comics to thrive.
Well, yeah, I never said, I said don't tell them not to, but I mean, like, there are people who.
Let me finish my point though. Sorry.
Go ahead.
And I want good comics to thrive. And my personal belief is that the only way they will thrive is that if we just stop giving our money, if we stop supporting it and force them to make good stuff. And it's important also that when they do good stuff, that you really do go out of your way to support it, right? Because, I mean, that's how anything that's a success, the reason we have an MCU, for example, the reason we have an MCU is because people went out in droves and supported the Iron Man movie, that first Iron Man movie, right? And then like, oh, okay. And then they did another movie and people kept coming. And now it was like, okay. And Disney got real confident with it because they knew the fans would keep supporting it. And now if the MCU starts to go shitty, the only way to get them to save it would be to stop going to see the movies. Because if they ever learn that they can just poop out Captain Marvel 2 and 3 and 4 and just do whatever, and you'll still give them your money, then they don't ever have to change. And so I was just kind of drawing a comparison here because it's true. The fandom loves their characters. if I was reading a Batman book or a Spider-Man book, I'm sure I would have more people watching tonight. But it's like I put up Snow Angels, and I think a lot of people go meh and tune out, and it really sucks because a lot of people don't know what they're missing, you know. And I get it. I was a big Marvel guy for the longest time. You know, I was like, I just want Marvel comics. And I understand it, but it doesn't mean that things that aren't the thing that you like aren't good too. And so I just want to encourage people to have open minds. I'm not saying stop liking the characters that you like. I'm saying stop supporting bad versions of them, right? You know, I love X-Men's my number one comic franchise. Like, that's what got me into comics. That's what I loved. I refuse to give Marvel any money for X-Men because they're doing a terrible job of it. And I just hate seeing, it's not because I want to hate X-Men. I want to love it. In fact, most of the Marvel universe, I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. I miss Punisher. I miss Punisher a lot. That was one of my favorites. Iron Man, Thor. I want these books. I still do buy Thor because Kate's is on it now. I want it to be good, but I just refuse to give money to mediocrity. So what'd you guys think of Snow Angels?
Too much snow. Less snow.
Less snow. This is what's going to happen to you, by the way. You know, this is... Al Gore was right. This is what's going to happen to us.
Everyone will have these turtle hands.
Man-made climate change. Ultimately, you know, that's probably... I was like, nuclear winter, or maybe that's like they found a planet of ice. No, you know it's going to be a story about how man caused the climate change and killed the world. Just...
Yes.
As much as I like Jeff Lemire, I think he's a good writer, I would be deluding myself if I thought he wasn't, you know, almost everyone in comics is far left, you know.
I'm surprised there isn't a far left comic where, like, the white man's band, it's like black people living on the snow.
Well, there is a comic.
Because the white man.
There is a comic. You've heard of Black, haven't you?
Is that what it is?
I mean, it's not living in the snow, but it's a comic where only black people have powers.
Oh, I did not know that. I've seen the title, but never really read about it because I just couldn't get past the title. I was like, this looks cringe to begin with the cover and everything.
Yeah,
so it looks racist.
It's a comic series where only black people have powers, but yet the world still happened the same way, where white people oppress them. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
How do they get powers then?
Right. If black people had powers, if they were the only people that had powers, there'd be the opposite. It'd be white people that were oppressed, and blacks would rule like gods. Like, it's just
sounds like open loving BDSM. You know,
it's just dumb.
Slavery was consent.
So, oh man, yeah, right. Like, yes,
I like
you can move mountains with your bare hands, but get in chains, boy. Till my field. Like, come on, like. Just so
I feel like you have a purpose. Yay!
So the white man's keeping me down. Nothing we can do about it. Fool, you can shoot lasers out of your eyes. What's a laser?
Don't be ridiculous.
Like, it's just, God, the morality. People just love victimhood, though. They cling to it.
You can make it the most cringiest comic too. You can have it where like they only get their power up by like yelling racist things.
You racist things. It's like sex criminals. They only have their powers when they have sex.
Yes.
Racism, the comic. Yeah. Marani says it's an interesting concept, cliffhanger ending at the first book. Yeah, that's what got me. The first book, I was like, okay, because not a lot happens in the first book. You just see it's like, oh, they're going hunting, and it's introducing the characters. It's not super exciting. I was intrigued because, like I said, I very much love stories that just throw you into the middle of something, and you're like, what the hell's going on? What is this world? I don't know. And so it slowly starts leaking the answers to you, and it keeps you turning pages because you're being fed a little bit of that information. But I can totally admit, like, the plot wasn't like, I was like, oh, okay, okay. But then that end when there's like the snowman is real, I was like, what? And I was like, that's it. And you're like, I gotta wait a month now for this.
Right.
But that keeps you going. That's what comics used to be like all the time. All right. So speaking of used to be like, here we are. We're gonna read it, issue number 2. This is a good one to read online too. It feels like a brisk pace. Which I guess is good that I get it for free, because it's kind of a complaint when you go buy a $3.99 or $4.99 comic and you're done in 5 minutes. But for the online reading, it's kind of nice. What was the one I read last, man? Oh yeah, those Thors. Man, those Thor books just they felt like they went on forever. Like each issue, I was like, is this a double-sized issue? I feel like I'm still reading it. All right, here we go. Snow Angels, issue numero 2. Beneath a pile of bodies, I feel a hand. It's still warm, so I know it's May's. I squeeze it real tight. I hold my breath, and so does she. And then I hear him. He's coming closer. May whimpers. It's quiet, barely a squeak. But it's enough. Shunk. The Snowman. The snowman is real. I thought he was just a story, just something parents told at nighttime, stories to keep their little ones from acting up. Don't breathe, May. Don't breathe. And we wait like that, buried beneath the dead, for a few minutes more, just in case. Millie, May, stay put. Daddy! Shh! It's okay, May. Everything's okay. He's gone. You sure, Pa? I saw him skate out past the watchtower. But I don't want to stay here long. We have to get what we need and keep moving. Moving? Moving where? I don't know. But we can't stay here. He won't stop until all trench folk are punished. He won't stop until we're all dead. We need to go. That was the snowman, Milligan. If he's here, it means someone broke the 3 rules. Someone left the trench. But this is where we live, Pa. Not anymore. Not anymore, it's not. Now I need you girls to do as I say. I need you to go to our tent, pack as much as we can carry. He's heading north, so we go south. Well, we at least have to bury everyone under the ice. We have to. We don't have time, and he may be able to hear us drilling. I'm sorry, May. We can't leave them like this. They'll be stuck here. We'll never be able to go to the colder ones like Mama did unless they go under the ice. Would you shut up? That stuff probably ain't even real. Stop crying and do as Pa says. Is too real. Don't say that, Millie. The Golden Ones can hear you. You're acting like a little baby. Be quiet, both of you. You'll get us all killed. I'm sorry, Pa. I shouldn't have said that. It's all right. But you two can't argue. You can't fight. Not anymore. Don't you see? Golden Ones are not. We only have each other now. We are all that's left of the trench folk. No one knew how long ago the Golden Ones walked the ice. Longer than anyone could imagine. Long before father. Long before father's father, or his father, or his father. All the trench folk knew for sure was that the Golden Ones had been able to walk the ice lands freely. They were giant, too, taller than the trench walls. They had lived in the world forever and ever. But eventually they got lonely. They had nothing but ice and snow, and they wanted someone to keep them company. So they decided to make new animals and people to be with them. You got everything? Yeah. But they knew that anything they created would not be able to survive in this harsh world like they did. So they used their giant tools to dig a trench as shelter. And then they scooped life from within themselves to make the animals and the people and put them in the trench where they would be safe. Good girls. The more the Golden Ones took from themselves, the more they shrank until eventually they were the same size as the trench folk, and they were weak too. So they went down beneath the ice, where they passed on to the spirit world, so they could get all their energy back and grow big again and wait for us. That's where Mama is, in the spirit world, and that's where all the trench folk are supposed to go when they die, under the ice and back to them. But now we're all dead, all except Pa and May and me. Maybe Pa's right. Maybe the Golden Ones are mad because someone broke one of the 3 rules. Maybe someone left the trench and now we all gotta be punished. But that don't seem fair to me. I ain't never done nothing bad. Neither has May and neither has Pa. And now we gotta leave. Now we ain't got no people and no home. We just got each other. Each other in the trench. Mama drew this map. The trench goes on forever, so there's no way of making a map of all of it. But this shows as much of it as we know. You skate far enough north, where the snowman was headed, and eventually you come to some of the Golden Ones' real big machines. So big that they pretty much block the way. I guess you can climb over them, but anyone who ever did that didn't come back. And you head far enough south and the packs of the trench dogs get really thick, and there are even trench bears, good for hunting, but not too safe. Anyone who goes too far south is usually killed. Of course, that's where we're headed now. Dad, should we stop and make camp soon? Not yet. I'd like to get through that thicket first. We'll be able to help us get a bit more cover before the night. You told us never to go into the thicket, Pa. Said there were bears in there. There are. But we don't have any choice, May. It'll be okay, May. Just stay between Pa and me. Shh. What is it, Pa? Quiet. Pa? I don't know. Something's not right. Skate! Pa? Now, skate as fast as you can. He's coming. Wait. What is it, Pa? There. That's the border. That's the farthest anyone's gone and still come back. Not anymore. Come on, May. No. Move it, May. Something else is in here. You'll be okay, May. Just stay close. Daddy! Bite. You okay, Pa? I think so. Nice shot, Millie. Okay. We need to... Daddy! Shit. Pa! Daddy! Daddy, wake up! No. He's coming. Wake up. Wake up. To be continued. How's that for a cliffhanger?
Of course. The only male lead dies. That's getting...
This is a nice... This has a nice thriller feel.
I'm waiting for them to, like, come across, like, you know... I would see, if it would have been the wolf, it would have been, like... I was going, like, they should really go into Real Steel right now. Our robots on our side, helping us fight against the other robots.
Oh, jeez. No, to me, this has a very Terminator feel.
This should be, yeah.
That sense of constant threat that the Terminator was chasing, and like you just keep running and running, and the Terminator doesn't stop.
Yeah.
The Snowman's like that, and like they saw him in a distance, and he's just coming and leaving at the end like this. You're like, oh shit.
Give me a Kyle Reese. I want a guy who actually knows the machines and is just killing them one by, you know, and saves them. That's what I want.
Yeah. No, that wouldn't make it. It's not as thrilling if the characters can stand up to the threat. The oh shit feeling needs to come of like, you're fucked. You can't stand against this.
The oh shit will only be like he takes out one, but then there's like 12 of them. Like you Kyle Reese versus one Terminator. Okay, he has a 50-50 chance. Against 12?
I don't know. I'd still think like, because then it's like, well, you can beat one. When you go up against something you just can't beat, you know what I'm saying? Like if you throw numbers at it, it's like, well, you know, you're able to beat some. So that means like, okay, well then under the right circumstances I could beat more. To me, it's just more scary, I guess, when it's a
that's what I like about Terminator.
You can't even deal with.
Like he had things, you know, but even then, at the end, he died. It was up to her to like kill it, you know. That's what I meant.
But I mean, like what it took to kill it, right? I mean,
yeah,
because they blew it up. They had the whole plan, and they blew it up in the truck and everything. Terminator is such a fantastic movie. And they blow it up, and then you're like, oh, it's all peaceful. They're like, oh, it's great. And then the thing rises from the flames as a skeleton. That's one of the best cinematic moments. I remember seeing that as a kid and just being like, oh my God, it's done. They can't stop it. They blew it up. Like, what do you do? Terminator is so great. Did Skip come in? Hey, what's up, Skip? He says, cheerio. Cheerio. Skip, my man. We're just reading some.
Cheerio, because he's missing an E.
It's missing an E. It's not that kind of Cheerio.
That's what I like is Cheerios.
They have chocolate peanut butter Cheerios now. I feel like I must try them.
Yeah. Well, Marnia said Cheerio. Skip.
Yeah, we're just reading some comics. Reading what is the name of this one? Snow Angels.
Yeah.
It's got a weird name.
It's the follow-up series, Snow Demons.
Maybe like
Water Demons.
I don't know what a better name would be. Like Frosty Death Machine. No, that's not.
Frosty Death Machine. He's throwing Frosties at us.
It's funny because in the characters they call him the Snowman, right? And he's like a boogeyman. Like, oh, the snowman's gonna get you. But in the context of reality, most people don't think of snowmen as a scary thing, right? You think of like, oh, hey, it's just Frosty the Snowman. You know, it's like, so when they're like, oh, the snowman's going to get you, you're like, really? Of course, in their world, the snowman was a monster.
Do you remember that other, there was another snowman movie where he was killing bicycles?
No.
Like, what's the other one?
I don't remember that.
There was a horror snowman one. It was called Jack Frost. It was the other one.
Yeah, there
Not the Michael Caine one.
Yeah, Jack Frost. See, that's different. You don't call him Snowman. You call him Jack Frost. I have heard of that. That sounds scary. Yeah.
Frosty Snow Machines out. Possessed Frosty machines are attacking humans.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this book. Hopefully I'm doing it some level of justice. It is something that you kind of have to pay attention to let yourself immerse into it to get that. When I was reading it, though, I was like legitimately like white knuckled, and I was really impressed. I was like, man, this book it's hard for comic books to deliver that level of tension like I can get from a movie. And it's just simply because in a movie, I think I get more immersed. Like
it's the music.
The music helps for sure, but you know, like in a movie, like I tune everything else out and I'm like into the story, and I'm, you know, in a comic book you're more aware that it's on a page. You're more aware that you're like separated from this artificial reality.
And you can do something like this it's real hard for them to see, and it's dark, even we can't see as a viewer. Then you see the glowing bright eyes.
Yeah, it's like, have you ever played any of those video games with the VR goggles?
No, because I don't want to have a heart attack.
Oh my god!
I saw people playing the Exorcist one. I was like, okay, I guess that's everything on the heard that way. It's like,
I can't do the scary video games. Like, I just get my nerves on edge too much. I can't do it. But my buddy's got the VR system, and I got to play like the X-Wing. That was badass. Like, you literally feel like you're in an X-Wing. You can like look around in the cockpit. It's so cool. That sort of stuff, way cool. Running around in a fucking mansion where something's trying to kill you. When you're in these VR goggles, it just, like I said, it ups the immersion factor because you're putting you put headphones on, so all you can hear is the sounds. The goggles like make you feel, because every head movement you turn, like you're inside this. It's trippy. It's cool, but that immersion factor. I was like, I can't do scary shit like that. Like it's
and then you're supposed to walk too.
Yeah,
I've seen people like, you know, hurt themselves in that, you know, and fall over it.
It depends on how it's set
Jump
up.
Scares.
Oh yeah.
When I used to see the VR stuff at the fairs and stuff, they were like those gyroscopes, or what's called those, the giant wheels. You sit in there, they strap you in, and it's supposed to move. You know, so your legs are in this thing, you know, so you're not gonna move forward, or you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
They used to do that all the time. You'd like, you know, be strapped to it.
I'll tell you what would be a really effective VR. You wouldn't have to move. It would be Five Nights at Freddy's. Have you ever played that game?
Yeah, and I'm actually excited there's a Nicolas Cage version of that.
Oh, jeez.
So
Dumb.
no, I'm excited because it's Nicolas Cage. I'm thinking this is gonna be cringy and gory and just like I don't know. I look at Five Nights at Freddy being
but have you played the game?
I played the game, and the thing is, like, no matter what you do, it's a puzzle, and like you have limited battery. And I'm thinking, and I would do like, is there an exit? I'm sorry, I don't care about the money.
You gotta be in the security room. So for those of you that don't know, because you're comic fans, not video game fans, there's this game called Five Nights at Freddy's, and the best way to think about it is like Chuck E. Cheese. Think of Freddy's as Chuck E. Cheese. Okay,
right.
It's like a restaurant thing that has like the animatronic like puppet things that sing and dance for the kids, right? So like little robot things, and they're like cute little animals, except of course they have that creepy factor. Like if you've ever gone to Chuck E. Cheese and you're like
watching
when you see the animatronic creatures at Chuck E. Cheese from the eyes of an adult, you're like, that's fucking scary as hell. For some reason, when you look at it through the eyes of a kid, you're like, oh, look, it's a cutie bear playing the drums or whatever. But as an adult, you're like, anyways. So you in the game, you play a security guard and you're in this like little security booth room at this place and it's all shut down. It's dark. And of course, this is a horror game. It's because those creatures come to life at night. And they're coming at you. And so you're monitoring different security, like you have security feeds where you can see, and there's a door to the security room that you can also see. And they basically, if you can shine a light on them or you can see them, they won't get you. And so the whole thing, like Venkman was saying, is kind of like a puzzle because you can only watch so many things at one time. And
if you have the door closed, it drains the battery. So you have to have the door open.
Yeah.
So
you can only do so many things and you can only look at so many things, so things you don't want to sneak up on you is what you're trying to do, but you have to like look away and look at other things to maintain, and it's more about what you can't see than you can, and ultimately if you fail the level, because the game plays on levels, 5 nights, like you have to survive 5 nights. The first night is like the easiest one, and then the 5th night is the crazy one. And if you die, it's a big jump scare because like your event, will it get you? I don't know. And you play and it just keeps your nerves on edge. It's already freaky enough to play it on your at your computer when you're just looking at a screen, which works really well because the game is that anyway. You're like looking at a security console. But man, I could imagine that being in VR where you just like sit in a chair and like you could actually turn in your chair, right, and look behind you, and you would see the door because the door is behind you.
Yeah.
Right. But in the game, you just hit a button to like look at the door, like your point of view changes. But with a VR, you would like literally move your body, and you could look around the room and be.
I know
that freak the shit out of me.
I know that the Japanese are were looking at the full VR suits you wear. So you feel it. So
you get all the haptic feedback.
Yeah. So when
you feel like things touching you.
Yeah. So when it's cold, you feel the coldness on your skin. You get boost gunsbumps also. And when you're wet, you kind of feel it too. Like I said, the whole thing is like.
So if like a snake is crawling up your leg, you'd feel it.
Oh, you feel it. Yeah. It bites you in a leg.
Yeah, I'm sure it's limited to pain. But the creep factor, like little spiders crawling on you, and you're like, ah.
Well, yeah. Imagine playing Silent Hill in those games, where the cockroaches crawl over you because they're crawling your body, or you're trying to shoot the rats in like any of those horror games, like Resident Evil. It's just like.
No, it's too much immersion, man. I don't understand. But
Resident Evil. The second, I think it's the first one. You're in the mansion, and you're in there playing Jill, and at first you walk in, all of a sudden you hear noise, and a dog runs at you. Now imagine in VR, a dog running at you. Dude, that's scary in real life.
Have you seen the VR Resident Evil?
Is it based off the Jill Valentine one?
No, they kind of redid it. You go you're like at this house where these like hillbilly crazy people, and you're like kidnapped in this fucking horror mansion.
Is it based off number 7?
It might be 7. I don't know. I'm not a huge Resident Evil fan. I remember seeing that though. They have a demo of it, and I was like, I don't even want to play this
Yeah.
like out of VR. It looks freaky as
You
shit.
know what we
but-
want in VR is? We want in VR is Superman, it's Spider-Man, it's Batman. That's what we want VR for.
That'd be hard to do though.
Spider-Man? Oh, I'm too high up. Oh, crap. Oh. Like, oh.
That would cause a lot of motion sickness. It works really well for flight simulator stuff though. Like playing in an X-wing was amazing. Because you don't realize, like, if you've played like flight games like that before, like on a computer, and the monitor becomes the cockpit, you just sort of take that for granted. But when you're playing with the VR, you're sitting in the cockpit, and when you like turn your head, the cockpit doesn't move, just your sight. So you look out through the side of your cockpit.
I'm a person that doesn't like VR though. They had a Dave Buster's for a while. They had the Empires, or what was a Star Wars thing, where you're in your TIE fighter, you're inside the actual pod thing, and it's a curved, like, huge widescreen. It goes all the way around your side. So when you move your chair, it feels like you're moving too, your vision. So you're not even wearing the VR thing at all. You don't have to worry about it. It's just wrapped around you.
I know what you're talking about. If you do the VR though, it's a whole nother. It's crazy.
Yeah, I can't. I'm the person that doesn't like swing sets. I get easily motion sickness from going back and forth. Just thinking about it makes me.
No, but that's the thing in the flight simulator. You're not really going back and forth. It just makes you feel like you're sitting in a cockpit.
But my thing is, when you're in a roller coaster, remember how you just gut drops when you go down? Being in a VR or something like that, and then going sitting somewhere like that makes me like, I can't handle that. Even at IMAX with the helicopter thing, I just get sick from that. And not the point where I'm gonna throw up, but I just don't like that. I get the anxious feeling, you know. So I wouldn't be able to do VR like that. So even with Spider-Man, I probably wouldn't be able to do it. I'd be like, oh, this is great. You go up, and then I flip, and then I'm like, okay, which way's up, which way's down? Oh, correct.
Yeah, the VR Spider-Man would be too much. But the cockpit thing, I'm telling you, the cockpit thing, it was trippy. It was so cool because like it was things that I didn't think about the experience. Like I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna be able to look around. But when you're actually in it, and like as you move your head, like I would turn to the side and I would see the side of the cockpit, and then I would like move my head and I would get like closer. Like you could actually like you can look out. It created like the illusion. Literally, I felt the illusion of sitting inside an X-wing. It was so unreal. And then of course, then you're flying around and then fighting TIE fighter stuff, and you fly by like a Star Destroyer, and I was just like flying by it, and I was just like sightseeing. I was just like, just moving my head around, and of course, like my buddy just outside, laughing at me because he's. When you do that, you put the goggles on, you put the headphones, you're not aware of anything outside your surroundings. So people are just like watching you, and they're like watching people in a VR, like, moving around. Like, it looks like you're possessed.
Can you imagine you're sitting there, you're doing the VR, you're just sitting there doing the controls and all that stuff, and they're like, just reach out, grab a beer, drink. Like, he's doing VR. Just drag the car. Like I said, I would love to do Ace Combat. Those are always fun games to play. Now the VR, you're in the cockpit.
Yeah.
But like I said, I would just like, okay, now I'm sideways, now I'm upside down. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Anything that allows me to go upside down and I'm moving and I can't stop because I'm flying.
Well, the thing about it with the VR is when you're playing, if you invert, it doesn't feel like you're inverted. It just feels like the world inverts because everything is always right up to you. Yeah. So when you rotate your ship, it's like the world just rotates around you is what it feels like. It doesn't feel like you're rotating.
You know what I want? Dead Space VR.
No. No.
I'm sucked out of air vent. Oh, crap.
I don't want anything where I'm going to get killed. I don't want that.
And for extra immersion, they give you like a little oxygen tank mask to put on your face.
It's so immersive. That's the thing, man. And you think like, oh, I just know it's fake, but I tell you that your subconscious brain kicks in.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
And you like even though your conscious brain is like, no, this is fake. Like the instinctual subconscious still reacts. It's still like
Yeah, like I said, that TIE fighter when I was even wearing the VR, but it was just a huge curved screen, and I'm sitting in kind of cockpit, but it's closed around me, so I feel like I'm in it, even though I'm not wearing a goggle. I'm sitting inside a pod.
Yeah,
it feels like what was that? The Outer Limits. Remember they go in the virtual reality thing? You crawl inside the pod. You know, it's just like that's how you like interact. It's like that's insane how they do all this stuff now. It's just like
Yeah,
I don't know.
what I want to see is mix VR with the motion simulation like that Star Tours uses.
Or light guns. Give me that without the light guns like Time Crisis or Metal Gear Solid.
Well, you kind of already do if you the VR if you have like the little handsets and you can do stuff.
Yeah.
But if you have you ever been on Star Tours?
No.
Dude,
I've never been to any Disney stuff.
Star Tours is unreal the first time you go on it. Because on the surface it's so basic. Like, okay, you go inside, like the way they do it at Disney, like you line up, you go through, and you get on the ride, and you just basically walk into a chamber. Now the chamber is the ship, like so it's a spaceship that's designed to hold 30 people or whatever. It's real basic, and you sit down, and you can kind of see through the illusion. You know, you're like, okay, it's a ride. I'm sitting in the chair, and then there's a screen in front of you, like a movie, literally like a movie screen, right? And then there's like a droid, and the screen is the cockpit, right? Like that's the window of the cockpit, so you could see out, right, of your ship. So when you, it's projecting the image of like you're inside a space dock. So
Six Flags has something like this too, similar to that.
So you get in, you sit in, you can see the space dock, you see the little droid who's the pilot. He's actually a real droid. Well, he's a real animatronic thing that's, you know, spins around, talks to you and stuff, and then he takes you on a journey because you're supposed to fly to go somewhere, and you go. But dude, so they project just like you've seen in any video games or whatever, or just even movie, like you're flying, except the motion simulation of this thing, when the ship goes up or down or takes a turn or whatever, you feel the G-forces as if you were really flying. Like it tricks your brain. So you look at the screen and your conscious brain goes, okay, they're just doing a projection, like I'm flying, you know, like you go to like Hoth or whatever, and you literally like fly through between the AT-AT's legs or whatever. You do that, so it's like that's all projection. But like since you feel it, your brain flips a gear or something, and it's like it tricks you, and you really like. It's unreal. Like if you could do that now with VR, give me the same visual experience that I had with the VR set, where everything looked like real as I moved my head, and I was literally inside a cockpit, but then also simulate the movement characteristics. Man, we're not far from the Matrix, I gotta tell you. That's kind of scary, actually, the more I think about it. But the story behind Five Nights at Freddy's reminds me of the legends of the infinite IKEA. Snow angels with their feet of the snowman sort of fits. Oh, fear of the snowman fits into the infinite IKEA legends. Oh. I don't know much about the infinite IKEA legends, but I'm guessing it has something to do with an IKEA that you just can never escape. It's one endless maze.
I actually been to a couple different IKEAs. I went to Illinois, and then just built one here. It's just weird going into it's like 4 levels. it's like, and this we have this. It's like it just doesn't seem real because I've never been to a store like that. It's like it's just one store and like a department store at every level.
Yeah, and it's like a organized maze, like you have to walk through.
Right.
And and you see everything, and it's interesting how they do it that way.
No, what they need to have signs that says like if you buy it, you got to build it.
Right. I've only been to IKEA like twice, I think.
But it's weird at the checkout part. Once you get towards the end, there's like a little grocery section there, like all Swedish like food and stuff, imports. I was like,
no, I love the Swedish meatballs. Or at the end, when you end up on the 5th floor, they have the little restaurant up there.
I didn't notice it for ours.
Yours doesn't have it. When I was
I've only been in the. They built one here. I haven't been in that one yet because I have no reason to go. There's nothing I really want to buy. But I've been to the one in Illinois over there, and that one didn't have a restaurant.
Good night, Melissa. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed Snow Angels. We'll be reading issues 3 and 4 on Thursday.
It was Schaumburg, Illinois is when I was at. But good night, Melissa. Yeah. Speaking of Schaumburg, that's a fancy little town in Illinois. I went to the Lego world they had there with my nephew and and my nieces, and my sister, and they had a little 3D ride there too for the Lego thing. And it was 4D actually because they sprayed with water.
Oh, jeez.
I was like, I know, right? But the thing is that when you were in like a certain part of the story, they entered the smells. Like you could, if you're near something like a tropical place and all, you smell it. Like if you're for a movie, it has near cows, you smell the cow. it's like that's kind of cool for 4D, but it's like, I said Six Flags has their own thing. It's a space shuttle ride. I forgot what but it's obviously not the Challenger, but it was like space shuttle something. And you go in there. It's set up a space station in there, and everything's all got the little science things and stuff. And you get on the ride. You're like there's like 6 or 7 rows, and they're on a thing. They move and stuff. The bar comes on your lap, and it's a whole space shuttle ride, and it's all virtual. Yeah, it is cool. I mean, for what it is. I mean, it's not Disney level, but it was like I always thought it was so cool. I was like, because I was like. I'm not a fan of roller coasters, but when I was little, I was like, oh, let's go to the space shuttle. I'm like, my sister's like, well, we've been down there 3 times. I'm like, never enough. Because there was never lines. We'd go, and certain times of the day, they'd have lines. And other days, there'd be lines. I was like, Six Flags in Illinois, Gurney Mills, there'd be days would be really busy, and then other days wouldn't be, at all. And I loved going to certain places like that. They go-karts too. Go-karts are fun, But you wouldn't think they'd be like at a theme park. Go-karts, really? I guess. I don't know. I don't think
not a kiddie one. I wouldn't think.
Yeah. Well, Six Flags is pretty much roller coasters for adults. They're like kiddie stuff. But they do have a kid. They had a little world there where you can just there's a for kids. There's also a water world there too. But
I would say Six Flags is. Still
it's
for
not,
kids, but it's more like older kids.
Yes, and also for adults as well too.
Yeah, well, adults too. Yeah,
rides.
But I mean,
yeah.
Because once you're a teenager, I think it's a place where it's like when Disneyland becomes a little too young for you. You're like, okay, I'm kind of done with the.
I think it was like $60 just for like a pass, for the season pass.
Yeah, I used to have a long time ago, back before when I lived in California the first time. I used to have season passes to Six Flags Magic Mountain. My buddy and I, we'd go up there. That was fun.
Like I said, everybody talks about Disney and stuff. I'm thinking I've been to Six Flags, and Disney probably has a lot of food, a lot, themed rides. But
yeah, Disney.
I'm not into the whole roller coaster thing. So if Disney's all roller coaster stuff, I'm not gonna go on it. I'm not into roller coasters.
I mean, Disney has a few coasters. They have. Disney, so I don't know, but I've never been to Disney World, but Disneyland has the Matterhorn, Space Mountain, and Thunder Mountain.
I would love to go to the Avengers thing they have, but obviously California, the way it is now, it's like I don't think I've ever seen an opening. I mean, and what's sad is that new Spider-Man thing called Web Warriors, whatever it's called, that's based off the Avengers Park. The thing. That's where the cartoon got it from, and it's based on there's a film thing where you can basically go into Spider-Man's thing, his own lab and stuff. It's like, if you ever read Superior Spider-Man, there was Horizon Labs. It's basically what it's kind of based or ripped off of, just been watered down, rearranged stuff, because that's what the cartoon was based off. Disney XD Spider-Man. They had a whole Horizon Labs was actually a high school for science nerds. Max Modell was the principal, So I guess that's as far as Disney goes. I said I think Disney probably has some cool stuff, but like I said, for me, it's like if my sister talking about going down to Florida for a week because my niece wants to go out there for college, and they just go there. I said I don't even want to go to Disney World. I just want to go to Florida. To me, that's more exciting than going to Disney World. You spend money on this. It's like, my thing is if I'm down in Florida, I can stop by Ingleton. I can see people. I'm just enjoying the warm weather because October here it sucks. we're past fall. October, you can get snow here. So man, like if I'm down there, and remember, it's really hot in like Florida, like when it gets down, like during their summer. But like, as soon as we get to my winter here, it's cooler over there too. As well, it's not as hot. It's like July is probably the worst, I think, for Florida because of all the humidity and stuff. The hurricane stuff. October is like so. I don't know. I said who knows? I'm gonna see what happens. October, I might go down there. It's gonna cost like $800 though.
Why?
For hotel.
Oh, hotel.
For staying over a week, and then food.
Yeah.
I said I said they're talking about go to Disney. I'll go with you guys, but I'll stay out.
Yeah, I forgot. Like Eglantine has like a whole complicated family living situation.
I don't know his. Yeah,
but I say at Eglantine's, but yeah, probably not.
Well, I'll just say like yeah, the bird's gone. I don't know what happened to me. Just flew away. Trying to sleep with a bird. Oh my gosh. It's like.
Yeah, I bet the bird is not nearly as bad in person. It's since I tried to tell Eglantine, I've tried to hint at him. I'm like, dude, when you're listening in with headphones on,
chirps, yeah,
those chirps like are ear splitting.
He's been getting better though. I give props to that man. My man Eglantine's getting better. Like we did a couple streams tonight, and the bird was not really present at all. He's making sure he puts the towel over it and all that stuff. Just whatever he can.
Yeah, I think he's able to like put him in a different room too now.
That's what I said. When Gail's not there,
because that was another problem, man. When the bird was chirping, I'm like, it's like in the same room. That mic is picking it up, like,
yeah,
like super sensitive. Because I can tell the difference. Like when I hear Twiddle's chirp, but like he's in another room.
Yeah,
it comes across the mic as like he's in another room. So it's not. It's still annoying, but it's not like ear splitting where I'm like, oh. Man, because some of those auctions, there was times where I was like, I just can't listen to this anymore. Like it's painful. Like, let's see, Marani says I never had real Swedish meatballs, just the Americanized version when I was a kid.
That's how I feel about the Italian meatballs. I never had real Italian meatballs. I just skipped the store-bought ones.
I don't know if I've ever had real ones either. Because I mean, I'm American. I had them. My mom made them when I was a kid, and I've had IKEAs, but IKEAs feel semi-fast foodish. Like they don't feel, but maybe that's what they are. Maybe they're just meant to be a cheap meal. But they're super cheap at IKEA. That's another thing. If you actually go to the IKEA and eat there, your meal's like a couple bucks. It's retarded. Like I remember the driving by when I lived in Colorado, they built an IKEA like right on the main highway that like bisects all of Metro Denver. Their freeway system out there is terrible. And they just and so I would have to drive by this thing every day. And they had a big sign like breakfast, 99 cents. And I was like, it was like ham, like, eggs and bacon breakfast type thing. I was like, 99 cents, that's great. But I was like, this thing is a Metroplex. I was like, I never once had their breakfast because I was like, you have a multi-level parking garage that you have to park at to get there. And then you got to go into the IKEA and go through, I think you can take an elevator maybe straight to the top. I don't think you have to go through the maze. But I was like, the effort to just get to this restaurant, it's not worth saving a couple bucks on breakfast.
Well, I'm just sad when they have zombie movies, but they don't have like places like IKEA. We have like a maze to hide from zombies.
Jeez.
That's what I want. We had Shaun of the Dead. Imagine like take Shaun of the Dead, but move it to like inside the IKEA.
Well, the original was it Dawn of the Dead took place in a shopping mall, didn't it?
Yeah, which was cool. Like I said, it's interesting to see that some of these places, like you'll never see Disney World or Disneyland in a zombie movie. The places you want to see, like
I like the Mirania's Legend thing. Like that could be totally turned into a movie.
Yeah,
where some boys get stuck in there and it becomes like Mad Max.
Well, that's how season 2 of Black Summer feels like. Lord of the Flies. Like I said, that's another show that just
I've
kind of
never
let me
even
down.
heard of season 1. It's so funny. You're like, oh, season 2's out. And I was like, never
2 years ago,
never even
2019.
heard of the first season.
It was on Netflix. It was, and the reason I only knew it because it's on Netflix. It was rumored to be the creators of the people who did Sharknado, and also Z Nation. So there's people are speculating because the same writer that's a prequel to Z Nation.
Dude, the new Netflix failed because I peruse the Netflix. I don't watch a lot of Netflix, but I
Yeah.
peruse their content semi-regularly, and I'm very diligent about like creating a watch list for myself. I don't ever actually get around to watching the stuff. So, you know, like I knew
No one
things.
does.
I knew about Ragnarok, for example, you know, which is what now is getting some popularity because of the second season. But when that first season came out, like no one knew. Like it was, you know, some Norwegian show, like whatever. It's weird that this thing snuck by me and I've never even heard of it. Come on, Netflix, you gotta broadcast yourself better.
I feel like the foreign shows really independent shows get really brushed aside. Like I said, Black Summer didn't really get that much marketing, but for those who are fans of the Z Nation, which was ending that season, it got canceled. Season 5, people were excited because they said like, "Oh, it's the same person who's doing this new zombie thing." It came out, and it's by the same writers. So the people who had the in know knew about that show. Again, but COVID hit, so they never did a second season, and things that really made me mad because like there was never a cancellation, no official cancellation, so we didn't know if the series was just canned, scrapped, gone. So I figured after 2 years, 2021, we just weren't getting anything, you know. And my thing is like this is a show I heavily invested myself into because I love the first season, so great, you know. It's like World War Z, you know, but not ridiculous where they climb like ants and stuff, you know. This like they could run. You know, and they're just like they're not really in zombies. They're rabid humans, like you know, kind of like they get bit, they instantly turn and they run and they try to attack you. They just they're smart, but they're not army that died like that crap. You know, they don't hunt in packs, no, but they can smell you, they can see you, and they can hear you. You know, they'll go after you. They're just crazy enraged people.
That sounds kind of like the zombies from 28 Days Later.
Kind of like that too, yes. And like you said,
I'm just kind of done with the zombie thing. I gotta tell you.
Like I said, I'm personally not because I mean, Walking Dead was like is crap compared to this show, and that doesn't take much, to make it better. Zombie thing than Walking Dead, because Walking Dead is pretty much everybody walking, and like the dead's not really a threat anymore. So why is it called Walking Dead when they can just like, you know what, with simple ease, we're just gonna herd these thousands of zombies with ease, and then but the humans are a problem. Other humans. It's like I understand humans would be a problem, but like you'd still have to deal with the dead. The dead never goes away, unless you're saying that we had a time jump. It's been 20, 30 years, and because Rick and his team have been exterminating zombies, and the population is dwindling, so there's no new zombies to be created because the people who turned, there wasn't that many left anyway. That's why I could see the whole Walking Dead thing. And after a while, there's hardly anybody in population, and the zombies that were are pretty much gone. Like I could see maybe that's how it goes, but the way the show portrays it just totally ruins the idea. And now they added with Fear the Walking Dead, or not. That's not Fear, but it's Walking Dead World Beyond added another faction to this that's basically makes the whatever is in Walking Dead irrelevant because why have this? Now we have these people here. It's just AMC needs to quit. Done. End the show and everything else.
It's the most successful show they've ever had. So
I know, but it's like they're branching off, but they're putting that by doing spinoffs. The spinoffs are creating problems, and it's making the original content.
And this is
stupid.
This is the problem with corporate entertainment.
They
have zero integrity. It's all about milking it for every dollar it's worth. And so as fans, you're always going to suffer because they can't do the whole hey, let's just end on a high and finish it up and we call it a good run and we made a good product. Nope, they got to keep going and going and just till it's dead. And then what sucks is when they finally kill it, you as a fan walk away with a bad taste in your mouth because you're, like the
You'll
last
never
couple,
want to touch the pot
the
again
last
because
couple
how
of
it ended.
seasons were like shitty.
Justified,
That's
another
where,
one show.
that's I haven't watched that, but like that's where the Jump the Shark comes from, right? Like Happy
Yeah.
Days, which was a great TV show, and they just didn't know how until one day they're like, let's have Fonzie jump a shark. You're just like, no,
So it's
stop.
pretty much every show that comes out right now, every show that you really invested, it just didn't want to end it. The only show that actually I liked that was great was it ended well, only because they got 2 movies to go and finish it. It was basically called Farscape. That was the John Crichton with the guy, an astronaut who goes through a wormhole and ends up on the other side of the galaxy, and basically is in like surrounded by aliens.
Yeah, I've seen some of it.
It's corny, yes. It's kooky. It's got some funny stuff in there, but like overall, it's got heart. It's got Jim Henson like puppeteering stuff. Aliens.
I used to have the whole series. It's one of the many things I lost in the move. So,
but the Peacekeeper Wars was what they did because they originally they were promised a season 5, then Sci-Fi did this crap channel. They said, nope, sorry, we lied. We can only do 4. So they had to do 2 movies, the 2-part movies called the Peacekeeper Wars, just to wrap everything up. And it leads it off. If they ever wanted to do, they could do like, this is their kid taking over, and something like that. They could branch it off. But there was talks about them redoing, rebringing it all, off the cast together and doing a new series. There was a conflict too, but it just never got off. It's sad because
it's one of the reasons I hate corporate entertainment. This is
I hate Sci-Fi Channel.
Circling back to supporting Marvel and DC, they are not going to care about you as fans. They might you like what's happening with this? Well, we're going to change it and screw it all up, and just
I'm waiting for Superman and Lois for corporate interference. They take something that's working and I like, and just what we remember this.
It's already shit. That last episode was shit.
Which one? The
episode
10? One. Like, there's the one that just aired. We just reviewed on Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I watch them like.
I mean tonight. Sorry, tonight. We just did one earlier for Tuesday nights, and
this was last week's episode.
The first. Okay, well, I've been enjoying it up to that. The first part, I'll just say this: the first part I like of this new episode was phenomenal. The first half, and then the second part was dumb. It legitimately made me scratch my head. It's like signs that we're just gonna have the Supergirl route coming now. Same kind of crap. But I don't know. Like I said, it's been from what it was. It's just weird with that show though.
Dude,
But
Superman Lois is like, here, you get to be a Kryptonian, and you're a Kryptonian, and you're a Kryptonian. Everyone gets to be a Kryptonian. And all I could think of when I was watching it was like, this is exactly why the city of Kandor is a stupid idea, and it's the only good thing Bendis has ever done in his career at DC was he destroyed the city of Kandor, because having a million Supermen is stupid. It was stupid when Zack Snyder did his Man of Steel. It's stupid. There's a reason why Superman works just as one Superman, just one. Supergirl was stupid, but I understand why DC Comics did it, because if they didn't do Supergirl, Marvel would have. It's a sad point of life. Plus, also they wanted to attract girls into comics, so they tried to make a girl comic for Super. Like, whatever, fine. But I could ignore Supergirl. That's the fun thing. I can just go.
I'm gonna tell you right now. The problem with and I agree with you with the whole Kryptonian thing, and this implanting Kryptonian consciousness into humans' bodies. Guess what? This has been done before on Sci-Fi Channel. It was called The First Wave, about a guy who's using the teachings of Nostradamus, and a correct like guy who was who believed in it was always UFO sighting stuff. They stopped a plot of aliens trying to transplant their consciousness into humans because their world was dying. The main guy is wanted for killing his wife because she was an alien and she tried to kill him and to defend himself. And then, because you just murdered your wife.
Dude. And
So
I'm just gonna tell you, like, that sounds like straight up plagiarism for one. But two, okay, aside from having the problem of a world full of Supermen, dumb. Aside from that, Clark being able to talk to his birth mother, super dumb. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead. Okay? It was dumb on Zack Snyder's Superman when he got to talk to his dad. He's dead. Stop this. Stop. And then trying to turn his mom, like his mom was the real scientist of the family. What the fuck are you doing? That's stupid. Oh, and she slept around on his dad. So now Superman has a half brother.
No. She didn't sleep with anybody. Remember, if you remember the Kryptonians, they had pre-planned birth. Their DNA was selected from each person. They went to
that's right. That's right.
Man of Steel. So she didn't sleep with them. The only person ever she slept with, Jor-El, the natural birth way. They broke away from that.
That's right. Okay, so she was sort of forced to.
Yeah, it wasn't even her. She didn't. They were. Yeah, she wasn't even this person's really mother. It was just that her DNA was taken.
That's right. Okay, so I have to retract that a little bit. That. But the show did allude to that in the beginning before they explained it. That's why I was.
Yes.
I just why do? Can we have Superman do things?
Well, my thing is why
hold on. When you're gonna do when you're gonna do a superhero adaptation of a show or a movie, can you please have the creative wherewithal to do something besides just more of the main character, right? Or like they did this with X-Men, where it was like, look, you got the X-Men. Charles Xavier has his team of mutants, and his friend / enemy, Magneto. And in the sequel, oh, look, it's Magneto again. And in the third movie, look, it's more Magneto. And the fourth, it's more Magneto. Like, just over and over. Superman, same thing. It's like Lex Luthor. Oh, I'm going to do another Superman movie. Who's going to be the villain? Oh, Lex Luthor again. We're going to do a Superman TV show that doesn't have Lex Luthor. Oh, my God, that's pretty amazing. Who's going to be the villain? Superman. More Kryptonians. The only thing you've ever done with Superman, except for the worst thing that you've ever did, which was Superman 4, Quest for Peace. So we remove Quest for Peace for a second. The only thing you've ever done with Superman is Lex Luthor or Kryptonians. You've done Zod twice now. But what is Zod? Just other Kryptonians. And what are they doing in Superman and Lois? Essentially, it's Zod. The main villain of this might as well be Zod.
It should be.
It should be. Because that would be at least better. But now it's like, there's another Zod. So now we've got Zod plus this dipshit. Like literally, and he's got his female sidekick that's like just like the creative bankruptcy is and then they've got these two kids. Only one of them has powers. Oh, it's so fucking annoying. And of course, who has the powers? Oh, it's the emo kid who's got the powers, and he's always upset all the time.
To be fair, he wasn't as cringe the last episode. The one that was cringing me the last episode was Jonathan.
I just hate these kids. Yeah, that was cringe.
I was like, are you Lois Lane Jr.?
Dude, listening to Jonathan lecture like one of the top generals of the United States about the military, and I was just like, oh my God, I could just feel like the SJWs in the writing room just so patting themselves on the back, being like, yeah, listen, I'm having Jonathan tell them what for. And I was like, no, this is smart, actually. Dude, the only smart person in this whole show is the grandfather who works. Dude, the guy who's like, we have a guy called Superman who lives on this planet that if he decided to go rogue, could destroy the planet or conquer the planet, whatever. It's my job to, as a military, the sole reason a military exists, the sole reason, despite what anyone else may have told you, it's not to go have an adventure overseas. It's not to go help people in times of natural disasters. That's not what the military is for. We use them for that because hopefully it's peacetime and they're just sitting around doing nothing.
Self-defense, that they're used for self-defense.
But the military sole purpose is to protect us from threats. So
Yes.
if the real world a Superman existed, I would hope to God that we were planning for a way to stop him, because if he decided to go bad, what do we do? And to look down at him and be like, how dare you?
The way they're doing this show, though, is so stupid. Like, if you're going to have a Zod like character, you got to establish Lex Luthor first. Lex Luthor has to be the villain and has to capitalize. And you know what? An army of Supermen, I'm going to be the hero. And that everybody praises Lex Luthor. Now he's a bit to be the president, Luthor, because he saved the world from the Kryptonian invasion. I want something like that. I want him profiteering off Superman's pain. They don't even have that in there. And then the whole government, the reason why is the DEO, whatever you call it, having the kryptonite. Well, that's because you don't have a Batman there to have the kryptonite in case Superman goes rogue.
Damn, I was getting so excited too when they were revealing the story.
Yep.
And they talked about this whole program to like make these Kryptonians. So the scientific thing that the mom makes is called the Eradicator program. And I'm like, okay, wait a second. So okay, Mom. So the whole thing was like, okay, Mom, but Mom did it for a good reason. She's not a violent person. She didn't actually mean it to be used in the way that the main bad guy, was his name Morgan
Edge.
Morgan
They
Edge.
turned into Tar-Ro. His dad's name is Zeta, Tar, and then the last name is -Ro.
Tar-Ro.
His dad is Zeta-Ro.
Zeta-Ro.
Yeah, Zeta-Ro.
Whatever. Anyways, so the Morgan Edge guy, the big villain, turns out to be Kryptonian Tar-Ro. A stupid name. So the whole thing is that the Eradicator program, actually created by Superman's mom, because she was the real scientist in the family, because of course.
Well, she was made with the other guy, the other Kryptonian who's paired with. He was the scientist that's evil and all that stuff. That's that Zeta-Ro. She's the one, but she was working with him.
No, but the point is that
I thought she scrapped it, didn't she?
The thing is that Zor-El was the scientist. Zor-El was the one who figured out that Krypton was dying. Zor-El was the one that invented the ship that he could send Superman away in. Like, Zor-El was the smart. Like, without Zor-El, like...
Well, yeah, they had other scientists, but they didn't have, he was the smartest.
He was the smartest. But in this show, they kind of undermine him, and it's really the mom. Like, oh, she was creating this Eradicator program. But unlike Morgan Edge, who presented it like as this big evil thing, oh no, that's all a mistake. I never intended it to be used for harm. And I was like, hold on, bitch. You called it the Eradicator. What the I didn't mean it to be used for any negative way. Why is it called the Eradicator? You literally use it to supplant Kryptonian your consciousness into the mind of another living being and eradicate their conscious and take over. What part of this did you think was benign? And that's what the story tells us. Like, oh, but Clark, you don't understand. I was meaning it for good. I was like, and then everyone's like, oh, okay, Mom, we thought you were bad because Morgan told us it was used to take over people's mind. Oh, it's the same thing that you did.
What they should have done is they said she had a heart to heart with this, and she hadn't met Jor-El. After she met Jor-El, she became a good person. That would have made more sense.
What they should have said was that this was something that Zeta created, and she found out about it and was like, oh my God, how horrible. And she found a way to sabotage it and steal the data. And Morgan has been trying to find it the whole time, and he gets it. That would have been perfect. But the thing was, no, we have to use this opportunity to make the mom the smart one, because feminism, every opportunity. I'm just like, this is still stupid. So, and then Clark, I love how Clark, that's another thing too. So they create this device that can undo the Eradicator. And so all the Supermen get activated, all the Kryptonian get activated, and they're sick them on Superman. So they got The whole town of
Actually-
Smallville.
Actually,
Basically.
it was the same device, wasn't it? He just basically reversed it by using energy.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was re-
So he had to use, oh my God, and one of the dumbest lines in the show. So they're like, yeah, Clark, because his grandfather's saying this, like, okay, we got the device, but in order to do it, we basically need the power of the sun, and we don't have enough power to activate it. And then Clark says, oh, I think I have a way to do it. And then the grandfather looks back at him like knowingly and goes, no, Clark, you can't. You know, if you use that power, it'll incapacitate you for 24 hours. And I just had to be like, what the fuck? Okay, first of all, number one, you're the general. Like, you have an army of supermen bent on conquering the world. And you have a way to stop him, except it's going to knock Superman out. Not kill him. Knock him out for 24 hours. No, you can't do that. That's too big of a risk. I was like, what kind of children are writing this? This is stupid. If Superman had to kill himself to stop them, the general should have been like, we'll miss you, Clark. You know, like, you do it to save humanity. Like, no, you'll knock yourself out. You can't do it. No, I will. I will knock myself out to save the world. Like, it was the dumbest. I was like, did I just hear what I thought I heard?
Well, the whole plot of that was like him doing the lasers. I kept thinking, like, it's just an invincible. They'd all be splat, falling on the ground, dying. You know, the humans that were Kryptonians, because once the consciousness is out of their body, you just see them falling on the ground, just giant blood splats everywhere.
Did I say Zor-El? I thought for sure I
You
said
said it like
Jor-El.
you said it like twice.
Oh,
Zor-El.
I apologize. I know it was Jor-El. I don't know why I would have said Zor-El.
It's because that nasty beer you drink.
Maybe.
But not saying they need the power of the sun, so I just need to lead them into space.
So anyway, so they activate him, and so the whole town of Smallville now that's been turned into Superman, he's flying away and he's leading them away, and he flies up in the atmosphere, and then he detonates this thing which reverts them back to their normal being.
And that's where we get an invincible plot.
Hold on. What happens after that? When he does that, when he detonates it, what happens?
Pretty much, he stumbles, he falls, he basically flies away. Everybody's back to being normal.
No. You're jumping ahead. What happens immediately when he detonates that thing?
I can't remember.
Okay. He detonates the thing. He kind of goes incapacitated because it's his Nova power, right? That was from New 52. That knocks him out when he uses it. And then all the other Kryptonians revert back to their normal Smallville lives, and everyone falls from the sky. Like a mile high, at least. Without Superman falls, he's Superman. He can survive the fall.
That's why I said, we don't get invincible. Splat.
Everyone should be dead.
Invincible revealed to me that this would be a lot of death.
This was Superman's plan. I'm going to have them follow me, and I'm going to remove their powers while they're a mile high in the sky.
Yep.
Does anyone not see the flaw in that plan? Like immediately?
I don't know, but I was getting some Bohemian Rhapsody, you know, when they're like all like, let's fire our heat vision together in sync, and all their heads are lined up together. I was like, this is bad. This was the worst episode of Superman Lois. Like, it was just absolute bonkers nonsense, stupid writing. Like, there's just no excuse. These people lost all their powers way up. Like, they just fell from more than a mile high. Yep.
But it doesn't matter. Once you're more than like 100 feet, couple hundred feet in the air, you hit terminal velocity.
Maybe it took a while for the powers to fade away, and they were able to survive the impact belly. Like I said, after watching Invincible and watching everybody die in the subway, I was like, I want realism. I want realism Superman. So when Superman does something like this, I want to be like, oh crap, I kill 1,000 people.
Well, here's the thing. I don't necessarily want realism. I just don't want stupidity. If you want to say, he could have easily said, like, they could have had a one line of dialogue, like, okay, Clark, when you activate this, that it'll remove the Kryptonian consciousness and their powers will fade within, 5 or 10 minutes or something, or something. And so the audience would have known, oh, look, they all fell. Boom, they had their powers still because like remnants, and they're alive. That would just one line of at least would have explained, but it's just stupid.
So,
like,
why would you fly up in the sky? Why would you just fly away from the town? Not up high up the sky. I would just fly towards the ground and then use it because when they're all surrounding him.
Yeah. Seriously, like there's so many other ways you could have had the same thing essentially happen, but just in a slightly altered state that at least the audience can buy into and not go.
And this
that's
point,
retarded.
At this point, the Fortress of Solitude should have floating robots that could help him and drag his body into a sunlight chamber. But no, that'd be too easy for them. Instead, they just want to have him must get inside collapses outside the door.
That's another thing about this show. There are way too many ways to stop Superman. Like this whole season, like we've had like 10 episodes, and they've demonstrated like half a dozen ways to stop Superman that people have access to. I'm just like, what? They're really just trying to depower him, I guess. Like, because I think it's because the writers they have shitty writers, obviously, from my description of what I'm talking about. And so the only thing that they understand about Superman is just how to write like a physical threat. You can always tell the bad Superman writers because they always want to have Superman fight some super monstrous thing that, oh my God, it can even hurt Superman. And it's like, that's not what makes a Superman story. Superman's not about beating up people. Superman is about making the sacrifices he does to be Superman. That's what makes him interesting.
I do like a character to struggle. Superman used to struggle against certain characters, but they were never near his power, but he'd always have to take the hit because where his surroundings were. If he's near a town, he has to try and like lead him away from the town because he doesn't want innocents to get hurt. So he's taking hits, but he can take them though. I don't want him like where he's just so OP'd where he's like, no matter what anybody does, he's fine because he's God level. I hate God level Superman. To me, that's just boring.
Well, that's because you're reading dumb stories where the conflict is the physical conflict against his God level abilities. That's boring because you're like, dude, he can just solve this. Where it makes Superman interesting is the things that he doesn't have God level against. Like, this is why I love the Peter Tomasi run of Superman and having 10-year-old Clark or Jonathan Kent, and why this Lois and Superman series is kind of, even though I don't like Jordan, I don't know why they decided to make 2 kids and not just one. They could have just had Jonathan Kent, but whatever.
Does it need the kid for their SJW stuff?
But whatever. The fact now that Clark Kent is a father, and he has a kid, and he's got a family, you can see like in the show this is some of the things where I've been interested in the show because he's off being Superman, and it's like messing with his marriage because it like Lois is like, look, it's not just like you and me anymore. We have kids, and your kids need you. And then there's that argument of like, yeah, but the world needs me, and it's like, okay, so now what sacrifice do you make, Clark? Right? Because you have kids and you're their father and you need to be there for them. And now at least one of them is gaining powers and you're the only person that can help them. However, halfway across the world, some people need Superman's help. And so that sacrifice of because he can't be everywhere at once.
This is what I liked about the Dean Cain's rank. When he talked to his dad, he's like, Dad, do I not deserve to be happy? It's like, you'll find balance, you'll find it, because he wanted to be with Lois, but being Superman was getting in the way. I mean, I love that whole thing concept where, now he has it, and like, he's constantly being told by Lois, well, guess what? I come first. The kids come first. Superman second. I'm thinking, Lois, you know him better than else. That's not true.
She's not really doing that, though.
But I know, but I mean, but it feels like that sometimes. It's like,
she has put some pressure on him to be like, look, you can't be if you're Superman 24/7, that means that your father and husband 0-0. Like, she's like,
Yeah.
and I commend the writers because they could have done it really stupid and made it really naggy and stuff. They did it pretty well. That she's like, look, you got to find a way. You know, I understand you're Superman, but your son needs you, right? And I was like, okay, cool. She didn't like tell him explicitly what to do, but just basically pointed out the problem. And then Superman had to deal with it. What I'm trying to say is those are the stories that are interesting. It's about what does Superman actually do? He's got all these powers. How does he choose to use the powers is what makes it interesting to me. And good writers know how to explore that. The bad writers go, oh, fuck, who am I going to throw at Superman to challenge him? Oh, well, maybe if I put some kryptonite in there, that'll weaken him. And it's like,
That's
you know,
the thing.
you just...
Kryptonite is the kryptonite to every good story.
You're right.
You shouldn't have kryptonite at all. It should be gone. Especially in this world, if it's just going to the Arrowverse, guess what? Supergirl and them, they destroyed all the kryptonite. They got rid of everything.
There should be
none.
One piece of kryptonite.
If you're gonna, yeah, exactly.
One.
And they don't have Batman, who has held on to it.
Yes.
You know, because he's the only one that Superman trusts, not the DEO or stuff.
Yeah, and you could once in a blue moon, you could explore a story where some crazy villain got in and stole the kryptonite from Batman. Every once in a while, you could do something like that.
Yeah.
You know, for example, like you could have done a story like in Dark Knight's Metal, you know, Batman Who Laughs. That would make sense that he would get a hold of the kryptonite.
You know who should the only person had to have the kryptonite would be Lois. Because if something happens, he want her to, he trust her. Of course, with the kids, it'd be like, oh, what is this? Yeah. But because you don't have Batman.
Because Batman. Because here's the thing. It's not about the fact that he trusts Batman, which he does. That was the whole thing about why he gave it to him. But Batman is also capable. Trusting Lois yes, he would trust it with her, but he couldn't trust that Lois could keep it safe. Because if someone like Lex Luthor wanted to get the kryptonite from Lois, she's got no ability to stop it. Right? But Batman would have an ability. You see what I'm saying? So it makes more sense. If I'm Superman, I'm giving it to Batman, not Lois. Because it's like, look, honey, I know you would never do anything bad with it, but I think someone would beat you up and take it. Like you have no ability to stop it.
Clark, you're ignoring me. Post of the kryptonite.
Oh.
What's this? This is my special leash you have to wear. Kryptonite leash.
Oh, man. Clark, don't make me get the kryptonite out again.
I'm sorry, Lois. No. Like I said, this whole show the whole the CW world suffers from not having a Batman. Because Batman's there to counteract anything that Clark goes rogue evil. The deal is they're not able to do anything. Unless they have Supergirl. I mean, if Clark does get mind wiped or something under control, possessed, who's to stop him? There's no Wonder Woman. They don't have Supergirl in the show. She's in her own show.
There's no one that can stop him.
There's Henry Steele, aka Steele.
Well, I mean,
he left.
I forgot. I mean, anyone can just now create red solar lights and stop Superman.
It was in the comic books. He was using Lex Luthor's plans.
Stupid. There's a lot of things that are in the comic books that are stupid. Let's not forget that.
They're there for a reason. I'm not talking about modern comics. I'm talking about like old.
No, dude. In the comic books, Superman sneezed and blew a galaxy away.
And in this was Superman Lois. What's his name? Jordan sneezed, and his hand froze.
His hand had ice on it. This is way different than blowing a galaxy away.
Yes.
So yeah, there's some things in the if you say, well, what happened in the comic books?
Marani is saying Batman having the way to take all the Justice League is scary. What if Bats goes bug nuts or whatever, or bat nuts or whatever?
He did. That's called Batman Who Laughs.
Yeah, exactly.
He went bug nuts and he took out the Justice League.
Yep.
That's what makes Batman Who Laughs scary, and hopefully that they'll put him on ice for a long time. because I very much liked Metal, and I liked the Batman Who Laughs. He was a scary character that could go stupid really quickly by just using him all the time.
I want them, if Superman ever goes evil in this show, I want them to introduce Barry, because Barry will take off his mask. Hi, I'm Barry Allen. You don't have to be evil. He does every single freaking time in the show now. It feels like that. There's a villain. He's like, the guy's like, the villain's always, you don't know what I'm going through. He's like, yeah, I do. Hi, I'm Barry. Takes his mask off. I'm Barry Allen. I'm the Flash. I deal with these powers every day. I'm cursed. It's remember he's like the paragon of like love. So.
I'm in the middle of the Savitar season. We just watched a couple episodes tonight, and
guess what? This season, the end of the season, they're introducing August Hart.
Oh,
Godspeed.
Interesting.
So,
well, that's way ahead of me. I'm in.
I know, but I know. I'm just like, well, people are upset now because there's only so many episodes left of the season. People are so pissed. Like, you didn't give him. Like, why is Godspeed only getting so many episodes for character development? If you're gonna have him be Barry's best friend, guess what? I've noticed throughout the seasons that Barry is rarely ever at the CSI thing. So,
dude,
he's never
even
really
at the season I'm in now. We watched 2 episodes in a row. Not at CSI once. Like,
yeah, he's not doing anything. He's not
same
doing
thing. Same thing with Detective West.
Yep.
And Iris, she's apparently a reporter that never has to go in. She's just always around, just sitting around. It's the writers of the CW shows are like children. Like, they just don't have a concept of the real life.
This is why I'm scared, because I've seen the picture of the Godspeed costume. We've seen it before in the prior season. They didn't know who he was, whatever, But I'm scared because, well, if I get like there's like 4 or 5 episodes left, it's like the dude should have had a whole season dedicated himself. The Thinker got a whole freaking season. That's
whatever. It's at this point, if you're really that diehard of a Flash fan, and come on, I mean, you should have tuned out a long time ago.
I'm not really a fan of the CW Flash. I'm a fan of like Godspeed. So if Godspeed's done, like,
well, I like Godspeed too, but
it's just like Reverse Flash was done well on the show. At least I think he was.
Yeah. There's some cool things that they do. I basically look at the Flash TV show at this point as totally separate material because it's so different than Flash.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is that they just did the whole Strength Force and basically which was Joshua Williamson story. And now they're taking the Godspeed, which is another Joshua Williamson from the Rebirth Flash. It's just I just want to like go there and be like, hey, can you guys read this for me? And then do a book report and tell me what you learned. And then look at the crap you're putting out. I understand you have to have a certain way, but guess what? You do it right, or you don't do it at all, and you shut the... I get monkeys that could do the show better than him.
The sad thing really about these shows is that there are people that will never read the Flash comics. They'll just watch the show, and this will be Flash to them.
Yeah. And I'd rather watch the 90s Flash because that's better than the current Flash TV series. John Wesley Shipp was a better Flash.
It was more accurate. I don't know if it was better.
Well, they changed it. His brother was killed.
The thing is if you watch The Flash and you just go, this is totally something different. Like, it's not the DC. Like, then it's more enjoyable. Like, if you try to associate it with the comics, you go, oh, what do you do? Like, everything is so different. They do. Like, I almost wish they would just. This is why I just don't do adaptations. Just make it up. Make up something that's like similar. It be like a story that's inspired by the Flash, but it's all original. Because you take these characters into bizarre ways, directions that I'm just like, why? Why do this? Like, if you, in the sake of the Flash, like, some of the things that are like original to the show, to me, are the best things. Like, I love the Wells characters, right? But they're not part of the comics as far as I know.
I don't know. I guess it's
right? Like,
I
but he's cool. Like,
I treat the CW as being like as the MCU. I mean, in the MCU you can at least like balls or things, but there's other things like you're never gonna get anything that's comic. This is just the name, and that's it.
yeah, that is very true. You're gonna get if you're a fan of the comic, probably not watch CW. But CW is meant to appeal to people who don't want to read comics. And that's, like I said, it's one of the bad things about the comic industry today is
Yeah.
because so many kids are growing up. Like, look, when I was a kid, we didn't have an option to watch superhero TV. It just didn't exist. Well, we had like Hulk reruns and Wonder Woman reruns, and Spider-Man reruns. So there were like, they kind of existed enough to I knew they were a little bit, but the benefit was back in those days, like in the 70s, you just did not have the technology to tell a story of those characters in the same fashion that you could do in the comics, right? Like Hulk, look, yeah, you could paint Lou Ferrigno green and you could do some tricks where he threw a car, or smashed a wall.
But that Thor was awesome in Trial of the Hulk.
No. And that was that was cool as a kid. You're like, ooh, that's neat. But then you read the comic book and you're like, it was like times 10, or times like just way more. Nowadays, the technology is good enough to where you can tell these stories and have the characters do some pretty amazing things visually. And so it's like good enough. Now you don't feel the need to read the comics. And you have so many options between the TV shows and the movies and the cartoons and all this stuff. Like, you really don't have to read comics. If you're just into these characters and you kind of like it, you don't have to read comics at all, and you can get your fill. And that's what's happening. I think a lot of kids are growing up and being like, oh yeah, watch these CW shows, it's cool. Never once reading the comics. And then later on you tell them like, oh yeah, you like the Flash? Yeah. And then it's like, oh, you come to find out, oh, you like the show. That's the only thing you've ever known. And so when I complain about the comics, and I go, man, these comics today, they suck. People of this generation don't really understand because they're like, what are you talking about? The show's fine. No, the books suck. And they're like, oh, well, whatever. Like, who cares about those books? No one reads those anyways.
My nephew, he's only ever seen the movies. He's never even bothered to watch the DC cartoons or even the DC movies. He watched like his thing. I love Batman. Okay, so you like the Christian Bale and stuff, okay? Do you want to read a comic? No, I'm good. I like he always tells me, I like the version of Batman, like the movie. I'm like, oh, so what about the comic? You don't want to read the comic? He's like, no, I'm just kind of boring to me. Reading's boring. I'm thinking you've never even tried this crap, and it's not just reading. There's a lot of pictures in there, bro. It's art. It's like it's a graphic novel. I'm like,
yeah. Well, I mean that's another thing. This new generation, they're not having to read.
TV killed the book.
TV was the beginning of it, but even with TV, you were so limited. Like, because I grew up with TV, but comic books were amazing to me because I was like, you just weren't getting this in the off TV, right? Like comic books were like a whole new level of stories that I was like, oh, TV can't touch this. So it was great. But nowadays, like I said, with between the movies and the cartoons and the technology's advanced, you can tell these stories in a much better way. And then on top of that, you got the internet and all this stuff. And I'm watching my buddy's kids grow up, and they're like 12 and 10, and they're I can just see like they're so in tuned. The older one is a little bit better at reading and stuff. Actually, she does read, but she's a girl, and it's kind of funny because I think girls are more inclined to read. But the boy absolutely hates reading. Like, and his reading level is very poor. And I think the two coincide with one another. Like, I think not being able to read well makes it so that reading is less fun, and reading being less fun contributes you to not reading, so you don't learn to read well, and it just becomes a vicious cycle, right? It's kind of like being out of shape. If you're out of shape, all exercise is painful, so you don't want to exercise, and so you therefore get more out of shape, which just makes exercise like it just people who are in shape, it's like, oh yeah, I went for a 10-mile run today. You're like, I would die if I did a 10-mile run, right? But they're so in shape, like it's no big deal to them, and they're like, oh, I feel good, and I'm like, yeah, it'd be nice if you could just start there.
I did a 10-mile ride, and then my friend picked me up because I was dead tired.
So yeah, and I feel like that's kind of where we're at today. Like reading is, you can get away without reading today because everything is so. I mean, you don't even need to read like an instruction manual anymore, because you can go on YouTube and someone will show you. I made a video on how to like program, how to do whatever on your computer. Like someone.
Here's the $1 million question here from Ed Brewer. Sorry to cut you off. He says, "Is CW better than current comics?"
Better than some current comics.
Of the DC, right now, the new guy is writing Superman, the current books. I haven't read the current books since Bendis is off. But it's still. But the thing is that you're still getting Future State right now. So I would say, yeah, CW is better than Future State.
I would say, I mean, obviously there are still some good writers in comics. Is Flash better than like Marvel's Daredevil? Oh fuck no.
Flash lately has been getting good because like
I can't speak to the newest Flash, but like I'm at season 3 or 4 or whatever Savitar's in.
Well, I'm not talking about CW. I'm talking about the actual comic book Flash is better than CW Flash.
Oh,
but
I'm not reading that either.
Only because they're setting up for Wally to take over as being the Flash.
Oh, stupid.
Well, as long as you're retcon, just say I never read Heroes in Crisis. So I don't care. I'll just ignore all that, and that's what DC's going to do too. They're going to ignore all that.
Yeah, but the problem is, you either accept all retcons or you accept no retcons. You can't go down that road of like, oh, I'm fine if they retcon that because I don't care about it. Okay, well then when they retcon the things that you do care about, you better shut up.
But then you stop reading them. That's all you do. I move from one to the next thing. That's the way I look at it right now. I'm with Breen. It's like or just like anything. It's once it starts getting crap, you drop it. You know?
but you can't just do that with the big two, because the whole idea of a shared universe is all of these books affect all the other books. One More Day didn't just only affect Spider-Man. It affected all of Marvel Comics. Superman being outed and like he's Clark Kent, everyone knows his identity, aging up Jonathan Kent completely affects the entire DC universe.
It does.
100%. Naomi is now that she's part of the Justice League. Like it's not enough to be like, well, I'll just stop buying Justice League then. Like it permeates, and when you screw up your universe, it's tough. Like that's why I don't read. I read 2 Marvel books now. I'm down to Thor and Daredevil after.
Well, Thor's and also and Daredevil is part of the main continuity.
But yeah, both of them are part of the main continuity.
But Donny Cates Thor, has nothing to do with what's going to happen right now because they just revealed the new scenarios. Remember that Phoenix is his mother? That's not true. In the Cates thing, Cates had his own little world he built.
No, he's writing in the continuity.
No, he's not. How do you figure he's writing the continuity? Because I've never in any of his books mentioned anything about what's been going on with Savage Avengers and all that stuff. The whole his mother being that's not mentioned at all. Kate doesn't bring it up.
But just because it's not mentioned doesn't mean
if shared continuity, whatever happens there, you'd see in Kate's books. So like, I just found out my mom's a Phoenix. It'd be brought up somehow.
No, not necessarily. Just because you're not addressing something doesn't mean that it's not part of it.
Like I said, I don't.
I'm glad that he's not, because it allows me to forget that Jason Aaron did something so stupid like that.
King and Black happened. Yeah, did they happen in none of the other books? They did tie-ins, yes, did that, but
You're
at the same
you're
time,
mistaking continuity for crossover. Continuity doesn't mean that just because something happens, every other book has to mention it. That doesn't.
well, I'm just saying because they had other events going on during King and Black.
Continuity means that if now Donny Cates writes a story with Phoenix, Phoenix is Thor's mother. So
Yes.
now Donny Cates can ignore that and be like, I'm just not going to write any Phoenix stories, and then he won't have to like point, he won't have to address the elephant in the room.
He could if he really wanted to. Like I said, it's not a forced continuity right now. There really is no continuity in Marvel right now. Think about it.
Well, there's not continuity.
Whatever somebody does,
Marvel has explicitly said there's not continuity. There's not continuity because no one all the pilots are drunk at the wheel, sort of thing. Like the editors are just out getting milkshakes. They're not doing their job. It's just a bunch of incompetence going on. But the official stance from Marvel, from like Tom Brevoort, is that there is, and the fact that they get angry when you point out the stupidity of their continuity shows that they still believe that there is continuity, because they could easily get rid of that and be like, oh yeah, no, we're just an omniverse now. None of this is actually just, these are all individual stories. They don't necessarily impact. They could just do that, but they're not.
Because I said, there's no way Savage Avenger ties in anything with what Cates is doing. Cates doing with the whole Galactus thing. And the fact that if you have Galactus thing and the whole Black Winter and no one's even mentioned
that's
about that.
That's not what continuity is. Again, you're confusing crossover with
continuity. I'm just saying, Mark Grunwald was in charge of all that stuff. If something happened in another book, he made sure it was mentioned or the effects of it were felt in the other books.
Savage Avengers absolutely has something to do with Donny Cates' run. Conan exists in Donny Cates' world. Now, he may not mention it ever, and I'm fine with that because I don't really give a fuck. I think Conan running around Marvel's stupid. But there he is. He's there. And one of the things I appreciate about Donny Cates is that he ignores the stupidity. So when you read his books, you as a fan could ignore it too. I would be really annoyed if Donny Cates had put Thor in the book. I'd be like, or no, sorry, not Thor, Conan. I'd be like, whatever. But he doesn't. I do, because I do believe Donny Cates is an old school Marvel fan, and as much as he'll publicly talk nice about all of his fellow Marvel creators, and even though I think he probably genuinely is friends with them, I don't think that he agrees with every decision and thing that they do. Just based on what I know from what he's written and talked about his fandom of Marvel comics and stuff.
I'm just saying, if Galactus is dead, it should be felt in the other books right now.
Why?
It should mean something, because Galactus, when Galactus gets killed, that's a bad thing. He's there for a balance. There should be an ultimate, immediate, not immediate, but eventually, it should be brought up. Like, hey, we fucked up by killing Galactus.
But you wouldn't know if something happened galaxies away. Why would someone on Earth be like, oh my God, I just felt Galactus died? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, there should be universal repercussions eventually.
Now, if Galactus died on Earth fighting the Avengers, yeah, I think everyone would know. But that didn't happen. Galactus, in fact, we don't know that Galactus died. He got sucked off into the winter thing.
And if Galactus is a herald, if he's not even there, so then he's taken away, who's gonna balance? Remember, he has an important role. His point is, going around and just, keeping balance to the universe.
I don't buy into that, because Galactus isn't even part of this universe. He's from the previous universe.
And we're saying Galactus should only starve to death. Nothing should ever kill him.
I don't think he's dead. I think he got taken away. We'll definitely see Galactus again. And I think we're gonna definitely see the what is that thing called? I keep wanting to say the Endless Winter, but that was a DC event.
Yeah.
With the darkness, what was that called?
Black Winter?
Was that what it's called? The Black Winter?
Yeah. It's like winter's coming. Yeah.
I think we're gonna see that again. And I appreciate that. I don't want Donny Cates to reveal. One of the things that Donny Cates does really well is he starts seeding subplots so that you can eventually build to it. Like Null was teased years ago, and then we finally got to see, Null come into all fruition. If he did in the Thor and he's like, oh, got the Black Winter thing, I don't want to see it. Boom, this is everything. Like, no, just have this happen, and then a year or two from now, something ties into that again, and you can build up to this big epic story.
Like I said, I'm ready. I don't know if they're gonna do this, but remember the whole vision Thor had? I'm seeing Galactus with the army of dead behind him, the Marvel zombies, and I wonder if that's just gonna be like another come a part of that. Who's to say how much longer Kate's gonna be in the book?
HR says, I still hate that Aaron made Thor's mother the Phoenix Force. Aaron should stay far away from Phoenix. Aaron should stay far away from everything. I don't think there's anything that Jason Aaron has done at Marvel Comics that's positive.
He hasn't read Spider-Man that.
Yet. He hasn't written. We don't know, though. Hey. You better hold your horses because what's his
Spider-Man
name?
now lost his arm and has an eye patch.
No, what's his name is left Spider-Man.
Well, yeah, I know Spencer left. So
they don't have a replacement.
I know they don't.
But guess who's leaving the Avengers?
Jason Aaron.
Job opening, just saying.
Holy crap.
And they're not going to give it to Dan Slott, and they're not going to give it to Donny Cates because he just got Thor or Hulk. So if you are Marvel Comics, if you're the head of Marvel Comics, and you need to put your biggest no, you need to put a big name on your book because it's your biggest title. Jason Aaron seems like a really strong possibility. He's not, as a fan, I don't want to see him on it, but as a realist in the business, he's one of the top dogs at Marvel. As far as writers go, unless he turned it down, I think it's his job to decline. I think if Jason Aaron was like, hey, I heard Spencer left Spider-Man. I got some Spider-Man ideas. I think Marvel would be like, you want the job? Here you go.
So you gotta wait till September 22nd. That's when the last book by him comes. 80-page spectacular. Yeesh.
For $10.
Is it $10? I can't remember.
It is
$10. Yeah. Yeah.
Marvel and DC just raping the fans.
And the cover teases them like it's just. Oh, there's actually a cover that teases. What's his name? Having the symbiote costume, the Carnage symbiote costume again.
We never even talked about the new comics coming out tomorrow. None of these.
There's only
interesting.
2 books. I think I'm getting them. I can't remember.
Someone in the chat, I forget who it was, said the only book that interested him on the page was the Star Wars. And I was like, man, if the Star Wars book is the only book that... not that any of these interest me, but it's not like Star Wars has been good. So...
I'm looking around to see if anybody's been co-writing with him on any of the books.
Greg Pak is writing Star Wars. Star Wars, War of the Bounty Hunters, Darth Vader. Look at that mouthful of a title. Star Wars, War of the Bounty Hunters, Darth Vader.
I think right now co-writing with him is Ed Bryson. I'm not sure who that is. It's a current book that's coming out today. Who wrote Old Man Logan? Who's working on this too.
Star Wars?
No. For the Spider-Man book.
Yeah.
He's famous for
Ed Brisson.
Ed Brisson.
Yeah, he's terrible.
Well, I wonder. And I guess usually when it's, I would be surprised if they give that to him.
So Ed Brisson wrote the New Mutants after Jonathan Hickman. Jonathan Hickman wrote like the first 2 issues of New Mutants when it first came out, and then Ed Brisson took over, and it was moronic nonsense. And I was like expecting it to be good because I've heard positive things. Because I guess Ed Brisson used to write Cable, like back years ago before the whole Hickman, and everyone was like, "Oh, I liked Ed Brisson." I was like, "Okay, this is gonna be cool." It was stupid, but it was. The reason why I'm talking about this is because Jonathan Hickman set up the New Mutants to be a comedy book. He wrote the series. He came out of the gates and he wrote it. I swear to you, it was like I thought Bendis was writing the book. It came off not in a good way though. Like Bendis trying to write like comedy. It was stupid. Bresson took it over and tried to keep up the same feel. And I'm like, but if he gets on Spider-Man, that's what Spider-Man is. It's a kind of a bit of a comedy book. And, ugh.
Curious though, who would take over? Because I don't even have a list of current writers unless I look at who's actually writing right now. But like, I don't see any other. I mean, people can write more than one. Jed McKay has been doing that. He's doing the Black Cat stories, which have been pretty decent, all right. They're not amazing, but I don't know.
Whatever. I mean,
Ooh, have you seen the cover for the Spider-Man annual #2? With Stargirl on the cover there? Got the jugs on display, man. It's like Power Girl jugs.
I haven't gotten down that far. So here we got Robin, which is essentially, apparently from what I understand, a pro wrestling script where Robin just fights people over and over again, and because he's on a Lazarus Pit Island, he can just. It's like a Street Fighter. It's like a Street Fighter video game written as a comic.
I read the second. I read the issue that came out, and at least the second issue too. I read it before this morning, and oh my gosh! Like the first one was dumb. The second one's even worse because I forgot that Connor Hawk's in there, and like, what's her name? Lady Deathstroke is in there. She's like, or Rose or anyways. She's like, yeah, Connor Hawks could be your #1 threat in this, and he's like, he's being trained by the League of Shadows. I'm thinking like, what?
This is so stupid.
It is. It's just complete garbage. If you have that book,
people were raving about this when this book came out, and I was like, "Are you kidding?" I didn't read it, but I just saw like who was. I mean, I want to like Josh Williamson, and I do. But when I read what this is about, I'm like, you just go to an island to fight? Is that what we're doing? It's pro wrestling scripts. This guy versus this guy. Oh, who's the heel? Who's the face? Oh, there's a little twist. Someone came in with a steel chair. Oh no.
They're all on an island. Like in the second issue, I think it is. Because he got his heart ripped out in the first issue, and then there's the whole rules are there's no fighting at night and all that stuff. And she's gonna train him. Rose, whatever it is. She's going to train Damian how to be a killer, a better fighter. And just thinking like, what? Because she's not there for her own mission. She reveals that she's there for her own mission. She's like part of the group.
You know who should be training Damian to be a better fighter?
Oh,
Batman.
They just revealed somebody who just showed up in his life that hasn't been around.
Batman. Why is Robin not with Batman?
Well, he left Batman because he wanted to prove he could do it on his own.
That's stupid.
His whole thing was
the whole point of the reason he's with Batman is because he can't do it on his own and he needs a father.
He's like, I'm son of Batman. I've been trained by the League of Shadows and by Batman. I don't need anybody's help.
Yeah,
but that's what he said to her and stuff.
Which no, and that's a fair attitude for Damian to have, but that's not a reason to do the book, right? Just because a 14-year-old kid says, I could do everything on my own, doesn't mean you just go, okay, here you go, see ya. Like, as a good parent, you go, I'm glad you feel that way. Now do what I say. Like, when you're 18, then you can go do what you want to do. Basically, DC just turned Batman into, like, the worst fucking parent since Clark Kent. Like, you just let your kid go off to an island to fight to the death. Oh, by the way, he died already since he did this. Your son is dead. Oh, but he came back from the Lazarus pit, so it's okay. It's all good. Do over. This is the stupidity of DC. And look, there's a new Infinite Frontier book with Black Superman. Yay! Make sure we get everyone conditioned to seeing blackface Superman.
I saw that in the Batman Superman. Apparently, Josh Williamson left the book, and now some person, writer last name Yang is taking over.
Yeah, and it's getting canceled.
It got dumb.
The only remnants of DC that I wish I could held on to was this Batman Superman. The Josh Williamson was a good run.
Yep.
And the guy who's taking it over, I haven't read his Batman Superman, but this guy took over.
It's like part 3 of like when they first met, two heroes.
I'm pretty sure this is the guy that took over the Terrifics from Jeff Lemire. Yeah.
Yep.
Terrifics.
Yep.
And he also did the
Chinese
Superman, which was pretty good. Like I was like, when I first saw this, I was like, oh, stupid, but it was a cool story. I recommend people checking out because it's different. I don't think it's what people expect. So
did he team up with the Chinese Flash?
Well, there is a whole Chinese Justice League. It's interesting.
I'm sure there is.
But so I was like, yeah, that's cool that he's on Batman Superman. This would be one of the books I wish I held on to if I was still collecting.
If Josh Williamson would be writing it, I'd be interested in it. But I looked it over at the past 2 issues too. Right after Williamson left, this guy started over, and this was just this like cringe to me.
Well, I haven't read them, but the stuff that I have read by this guy seemed to be okay.
They're going through multiple realities, and the first issue, I think it was, started off with the Kate Kane and aka Batwoman and Steel coming to rescue Batman Superman, who had been kidnapped by Brainiac, and they had to go to this other planets and help Batman, who had an eye patch because his eye was gouged over, and it's just like, what am I reading here? It's just got the point where it's like, I mean, I do like the emblems. It screams like the original
alternate cover.
Yeah, I know. These are alternate ones. This is supposed to like the when they first meet.
So I don't know. Anyway, I'm just saying that this Batman Superman was one of the better books at DC.
It was.
And they have to kill it. They have to kill it because it's not part of the New Frontier.
You read the part that had the Ultra Humanite story.
The Ultra Humanite.
Yeah, it was in there. That was one of the stories with the Atomic Skull.
What
it was one of the stories. It was like one of the earlier issues with them. That was like I think it was right before.
Well, the early issues dealt with the Batman Who Laughs.
Yeah, this was like right after that, I think.
I don't remember.
But then it led to the Brainiac and stuff, and then you had the Future State ties in.
So, but
yeah,
Robin just sounds retarded.
It's
Infinite
just
Frontier is retarded.
It
Sword,
just sucks when
retarded.
World's Finest is now the world's crappiest. In my opinion.
I don't even recognize the Guardians of the Galaxy anymore. Let's take a look. Do you recognize any of these characters?
That's Nebula. Not sorry, it's Nebula. It's that one girl. Well, I still got Drax in there. We still got
Mantis.
Looks like Nova. Mantis, Nova. That looks like Old Man Quill.
Who's this girl? Is
this looks like the girl that was in A-Force thing. That was Hickman's creation.
Is that Starbrand?
The one time we need Zach, and he's not here. Does it list down there the characters in the book? Sometimes they do. They show you
is that Martian Manhunter?
It's supposed to be Drax. Remember he's green. Unlike in the movie,
not
they changed
every green guy is Drax.
That's Drax.
God, this guy in the back looks like one of the Wildcats.
Yeah.
Is that Thing's arm back there?
That might be the Starjammers.
That could be Corsair.
Yeah.
Starbrand is too powerful.
Well, look who's writing it.
Oh yeah, it's Al Ewing.
But click out of the title thing and go look at scroll down. Sometimes it lists who the characters are in the book.
Let's see. In the wake of the Snark War and reeling from the Revelations Zone, the Guardians come face to face with Sword station crew, including the Quiet Council liaison Magneto, and he's not known for friendly chats. It's the Human Rocket versus the Master of Magnetism, and it's winner takes all.
Does it say anything if you scroll down?
The Human Rocket.
Sometimes it lists characters. There you go. So Nova's in there. Magneto, Star
Yeah,
Lord.
but that doesn't tell me who's on the cover.
It does right there. Look, it's
No, it
Quasar.
doesn't.
It does. Hercules, Marvel Boy, Quasar, Mantis, Drax Destroyer, and Phyla-Vell.
Okay. Tell me where Hercules is on this cover.
Hercules is going to be the upper right corner.
That's not Hercules.
It is. Go look at the photo again down there.
No. And tell
That's
me
Hercules.
where Star-Lord is.
Star-Lord is supposed to be he's probably on there.
Yeah.
But
this does not show you the cover. This shows you who's in the comic.
Yes, but that's Quasar on the front.
Where's Nova?
Nova. Oh,
That's not Hercules.
There on the left, yeah. But look at the beard. Look at the hair on that picture. Go look at the guy up there. The gray beard.
I guess
the long
maybe
hair.
that could be Hercules. It doesn't look like fucking Hercules.
I know it doesn't.
Whatever. This is dumb.
That's supposed to be Marvel Boy, and then you have Phyla-Vell.
I tuned out as soon as Kate's left, and they rebooted it for Al Ewing.
As soon as I saw Al Ewing, I was like, why would I want to watch this or read this or watch it or anything?
Al Ewing can actually, I mean, he can write. His Immortal Hulk was good, and I'm enjoying that They Only Kill Them When They're Dead book that he's doing over at Boom.
Yeah.
But when they rebooted Guardians of the Galaxy, all Marvel did was tell me that, oh, Al Ewing's going to do a totally different Guardian. Like, it's going to be his own thing. If they would have done Guardians of the Galaxy issue 13, Al Ewing's taken over, I would have given it a chance. Because that means he's going to continue from where Kate's left off. But he didn't. He just rebooted it all. And he just basically made the book that I cared about, which was the Kate's Guardians, and basically said, fuck that book. And so I was like, I'm not continuing on with this. Same thing like Batman, Superman. I don't have a problem that Chang took over this book because it kept the numbering. Like, it's like, I'm going to continue on with what Williamson was doing.
I didn't care for the stories, me personally.
The only reason I didn't buy this is because I dropped DC. I can't, and it's like, sorry, I'm not going to just continue to only get this book because DC shitting the bed everywhere else.
Oh, yeah.
So
Captain Marvel book, though, I don't know, man.
TMNT is no longer.
That's a sweet cover.
This book needs to be retitled Teenage Mutant Ninja Furries.
I love Jennica. Awesome.
No, you don't.
She's the best character.
This is the most turtle looking cover that they've done in a long time. Like, most of it just looks fucking cringe.
Oh my gosh. Who's that turtle up there on the upper left?
There's another female turtle.
Is it Krang?
Look at this cover.
It's Mikey, right?
Look at this. It's Jennica. It's the Jennica show. Oh look! They're playing video games. Oh,
but they're playing the original one yet, and there's no. It was just the original turtles.
Hey, look! It's Jennica again, on the cover.
It's a demon.
Oh, hey, look! It's a bunch of cutie animals.
Actually, you know what that is? That's in the movie Secret of the Ooze. That was homage to the Secret of the Ooze. Go look again.
No, those are characters from the comic. Secret of the Ooze took characters from the comics.
Yes, and what Kev's saying, those are where the creatures in there.
There's the other new turtle, the other female turtle. She's white
and fat.
Stupid. Yeah, I did a review on issue 105, and I was fucking horrified. I needed to take a shower after I was done. It's furry central. It's
right there. Yeah, that's the mutant turtle and the mutant dog they give the donuts to, and then there's Bebop and Rocksteady.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Bebop and Rocksteady.
But Bebop and Rocksteady look horrible. Why is Bebop so small looking? Where
Well, I'm assuming it's because these guys are so big, not that these guys are small. But yeah, this chick Sophie Campbell she's just turned this into a weird.
Well, apparently Kevin Eastman. I thought Kevin Eastman doesn't have control of it. I thought it was the other guy.
No. Peter Laird took his money and ran.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. That's why Peter Laird's a millionaire right now. And Eastman,
Peter Laird said that's why he didn't want he wanted nothing to do with Jennica.
No, he's a purist. Peter Laird is old school Turtles. Kevin Eastman is a freaking weirdo that you can tell he's a weirdo because you just watch what Heavy Metal does. and that's his he bought Heavy Metal magazine way back in the day when he made all his money from Turtles.
Yep.
And the shit that Heavy Metal does today is just, yeah. And then just look at the
Alright,
Turtles
that's pretty
books.
good, though.
Like, look, I don't mean if you're a furry and you're sexual weirdo like that, I can't put it any night. I don't mean any ill will towards you, but
I do.
I don't think that my that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle should be turned into that.
Oh.
So, and that's what it's turned into. It's
Like, it's gonna turn into hentai soon.
it is like all the characters are all animals now because they basically made like a big chunk of New York, this like mutant world. So all the characters, I mean, even like Jenica, she's a human in a turtle body.
Yeah.
So if
Life-saving
Jenica has
blood.
relationships with animals, she's now bestiality because
What?
she may
No,
have the
she's not.
shape, she may have the physicality of like a mutant animal, but her brain, she was born a human.
Yeah,
So if she has
you also realize
relationships, if she has relations, these other animals are actually animals.
she's got a relationship with Casey Jones, who likes turtles.
Furthermore, these animals have relationships with each other. So like the
I thought-
turtles will have relationships with like a mutant wolf.
What happened to Casey Jones and April O'Neil being a thing?
No, they're humans. This is all about bestiality and furry.
I know, but
It's
remember that
disgusting.
was the whole thing. Those two, like, they were like lovers, like boyfriend and girlfriend, or at least
No,
friends.
that's too wholesome. That's heterosexual. It's normative.
You can't do
You
that.
gotta get rid of that. I'm surprised Sophie Campbell didn't have Casey Jones trans and become a woman, and then get turned into a turtle, so he could be the third female turtle.
I'm surprised they didn't gender swap him a long time ago. Just say he was Casey, he was girl.
Well, that wouldn't make him trans.
Or they don't do the trans thing. Just say it's not Casey Jones. It's his daughter.
No,
Casey
we need more
Jones.
trans representation. I think Sophie's a trans. If I remember right.
I don't know.
I can't keep up these days, but I'm pretty sure.
I don't want to speculate on that in case I'm wrong. That's sexist, bro.
That's sexist. Yeah, anyway, so Turtles is just turned into nonsense. I'm probably offending a ton of people, except no one's really watching, so I get to be offensive until YouTube yanks me.
For her, she's known for her art on the Jen and the Holograms comics.
What else is
She
coming out?
primarily writes, draws characters of adolescent and young adult, including women's races, body types, and sexual orientations and abilities. Wet Moon was her book that she did.
Yeah, Ed Brewer said that the Chinese Justice League wasn't as awful as it sounds. No, it wasn't. I have like the first 2 trades of it. I enjoy the Chinese Justice League. I don't think I read the Superman, actually. It was the Chinese Justice League one that I read. This is cool. Undiscovered Country. No one talks about it. Here's your favorite book, Harley Quinn, with your favorite artist doing it.
Oh my gosh, I'm not even reading that, bro.
You're so into this, I can tell.
That looks like a dude. That looks like a dyke right there. That Ryan Rossum art. My face. I mean,
This
Grundy?
is so stupid. Solomon
Grundy
Grundy versus Harley Quinn. She would
Grundy-
get she would
I
get
know.
splattered in a second.
Grundy, it looks. I can say that. I'll admit this. Grundy looks great for being Rossmo. He looks good.
Yeah,
Her?
Rossmo excels when he does like non-human things.
I've noticed that too, and that's why I was like, when he did Dead Man in one of the books, I was like, oh my gosh, the covers. But sadly, I don't know. I mean, Amanda Connor though, with the art was better than Rossmo.
People are really excited about this Batman Reptilian
I haven't.
because
I
of
said
Garth Ennis, and like Garth Ennis, has he ever written Batman before?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. And Liam Sharp is doing the art. Liam Sharp's a great artist.
He was doing Hellblazer back in the day, in the 90s, early 90s. And then what's his name took over for him? Paul something, I can't remember.
Looks like we're gonna get it. It looks like it's gonna be a Killer Croc versus Batman story.
Yep. And it's probably gonna be like a 6-issue miniseries, maybe, or 10.
Yeah, so the only reason, so I'm not picking this up because it's a miniseries, but this is something I can understand
Ooh, Bill Sinkowicz's cover.
I can understand people being excited for.
Is Batman turning into a reptile?
I don't know.
Is that what they're going for?
That cover.
Or are they just teasing us with the variant stuff?
I don't know.
And Ed Brewer, yes, I did watch part 1 of The Long Halloween. You know, the next one comes out next month, next second part, and I really enjoyed it. I didn't think I would because it's what's his name, doing the voice, Jensen Ackles, who the last time he did anything with Batman was Under the Red Hood. It's called Batman Under the Red Hood, and he played Jason Todd, the voice for that. Having him do the voice of Batman, at first, when I first heard it, I was like, because everybody loves Conroy, or even the other guy, Jason O'Mara, has been doing this, for a while. So hearing him, at first was kind of weird, but then like the story was pretty good. Like I said, it's really close to the comics, and the art's 10 times better than the comics.
So on this page, there's some decent, I would say, Undiscovered Country, Batman Reptilian,
X-Men Legends 4. I'm picking that up. Spawn's Universe. I don't know. Is this girl in there the whole entire time?
I'm curious just because it's kind of like the launch thing.
Yeah, it's a cheesecake cover. Is it just her in there, or is it going to have... it's a one-shot. New heroes, new villains, stuff.
I don't care about the cover. I'm curious. It's more of a curiosity thing, Oh, hey. Oh, no, it's Jim Chung. So Jim Chung art. I mean, he's got some talent.
Yeah, it's a double-sized issue that brings and introduces new characters that will eventually lead into the upcoming ongoing. That's all Campbell cover. Abraham Lincoln is Spawn.
That's interesting cover. I always find it interesting when Campbell does like a male.
Yeah, right.
Like,
where are his organs?
I could just see. I could see like the publishers just being like, "Jason, we paid you to draw females."
My only problem is when I see like guys being drawn, and then like their torsos are super longer than their bodies. Like, why do they have such a huge long torso? It looks out of proportion. They did that for Deathstroke in Son of Batman. Deathstroke looked horrible. It's like, why do you have like a 5 foot like a waist and a torso, and then short legs? Oh,
I used to like these characters.
It's Azrael with Magneto helmet.
No, it's I forget what his name is, but
Archangel.
Forget who his name is, but the Redeemer. That's what he is, the Redeemer. And then Todd went this weird route where he turned. Basically, he made heaven evil too. Like, so, like the whole thing is like Spawn, like he's product of the devil. Like he went to hell, got the Spawn suit, and
then took over.
And then the story, like the 300, everything, like he kind of like broke free, but it's like he made it. The universe is that heaven is just evil too. Like I was like, so heaven and hell are both evil. It's just evil, and that's what kind of took me out. I don't begrudge Spawn fans. I was a fan too. I just made a personal choice. That
Heaven's all about was like heaven at all about order at zero cost or at whatever cost it is. They don't care.
No, they were literally like evil, like corrupt, and it was just.
Oh, so they weren't okay. So they weren't pricks.
No, they were
like,
pricks.
There's holy, morally righteous pricks, and then there's like the demons who are like the opposite of them. They just like, like
yeah, it would have been more interesting if it would have been like law versus chaos.
Yeah, where law is like no matter what you do, we don't care. You've seen too much. This guy, just
yeah, the whole order versus chaos thing, where it's like both can be bad things. Like if there's too much order, that there's no freedom. But if there's too much freedom, then there's anarchy and people, hurting each other. And so that's like the great debate, like of humanity, of human civilization, is like, where's the balance? Where do we find that give people the freedom they deserve and stuff, but also we need to keep order. And I would have liked that to be if hell would have represented the whole chaos thing, but it didn't. It was just. No, they were just evil too, and I was like,
Did Rob Liefeld do a cover on this?
Nope.
Oh, because I would have loved to see him with more like satchels, more pouches.
More pouches. Spawn with pouches.
He's got the leg pouch in some of them. It's like, oh. I do love the battle axe though.
Yeah.
I want that. I like how Thor had his own originally before he got the hammer. But I love axes like that. Like, no, that's cool. The double bladed.
It's cool.
I,
My problem with the Spawn universe thing is that it's all like more Spawn stuff.
yeah,
I would have been more interested if Todd would have done
different heroes.
Spawn universe, but like, yeah, like, does everyone have to come from hell? Do we need like 50 spawns? He basically is doing like the Spider-Verse, but with Spawn.
It feels more like he's doing the symbiote universe.
Or the symbiote, like, whatever. Venomverse came after Spider-Verse, but same thing. Like,
I know, but
like, Marvel would be dumb if it was the Spider-Verse. Like all of our characters are versions of Spider-Man.
That looks like a life cover with the big guns.
No, that's J. Scott Campbell.
I know, but I'm saying the guns though.
No, Liefeld doesn't know how to draw guns. He draws like two.
I know, but he always gets the giant, huge guns though. That's what he loves. Like, oh, that's. But those guns, like, there's no way those guns could even work. I love when I see the guns like that. It's like, just no, sorry, they're not.
So as you get down, it's funny how like the shitty books are all up top. Everyone's buying the shitty. This is what problem is, like, oh, Detective Comics made Spider-Man, Action Comics, Justice League,
Floating Heads, though.
Wonder Woman, heads. Like all these books. It's like that's why. Then Something Killing Children is doing well. That's
I guess said I'm going down there. X-Men Legends is what I'm picking up.
Yeah, I haven't been getting this one not because I think it's bad. It's more because like what made X-Men cool was this ongoing saga of not like individual one-shot stories that don't really matter.
But it's Louise and Walt Simonson doing stuff. That's why.
Yeah, if they were doing an X-Men title, and it was like an ongoing and got to do these big long soap opera stories.
But I do like it. This is your classic X-Men here though, from the 90s. That's what I like about it.
Yes, but the reason why X-Men from the 90s was good wasn't because it just had a name X-Men on the title. It was good because of what it was. People liked X-Men because it was good. They didn't like it because it was called
read the
X-Men.
first 2 issues. I enjoyed them. Other people are enjoying them too.
I'm not saying that they're bad. That's you're missing my point. My point is
I know. But
they're like one-off shots.
They're not ongoing. They're not. Yeah, they're not the main book. You understand what you're saying? Yes, I would love to have this be the main book.
It's like no one watches General Hospital because they just want to watch one episode, right? Like you have to invest in the whole storyline and the drama of it all. And I'm sure these are fine. And if Marvel was a lot healthier and I was buying lots of Marvel books, I probably would. But I'm just like, this is like too little for me. So
I don't know. I'm just happy because compared to what we're getting with Hickman, and Gall and all this crap, this feels more like I'm back to being like, reading the original 90s stuff.
Yeah. And you know what? Maybe I'll change my mind and go find these.
He's like, I'm gonna read them on stream.
I don't want to come off negative. That wasn't my point. I wasn't
criticizing
it. I was just explaining my own personal.
I understand your gripe with it. Like I said, why should we have a great one-off book? It's going to be there for 10 issues and gone, and then we're still stuck with this crap. Why should you even bother?
Well, I just want, I want X-Men to be done in the way that X-Men succeeded, which was these long, drawn-out, soap opera stories where the characters live their lives and multiple subplots kind of bounce. And you can't do that in a single issue. So to me, it seems like when Marvel offers me this X-Men Legends, I go, yeah, it's great. I love Louise Simonson. I love Walt Simonson. It's great. But you don't fundamentally even understand what the X-Men is supposed to be. This is why the X-Men movies failed. They fundamentally didn't grasp what the X-Men is supposed to be. And so I don't enjoy it. But that's me. I know some people are loving it. And like I said, maybe I would too. I should maybe jump on the bandwagon. It's just tougher because I'm to get a book on my pull list is tough these days.
Like I said, digital. You have to try out digital, the first issue, a couple of and see if you like it.
Well, I might pick these up. I'm sure these will be collected too.
Yeah.
And And so there's like this reptilian. I think this reptilian has I love Garth Ennis, right? I love Batman. Liam Sharp is a fantastic artist. It's Black Label, so it's not part of the stupid nonsense that's happening right now, right? So this has everything that I want except for the fact that it's a miniseries.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, well, I'll just wait for the trade. You can put it in one volume. I can buy it for less. Because why pay $5 an issue for 6 issues when I can get the trade for half that price?
Yeah, right. I know.
So
I like the covers, you know.
And I'm giving this a thumbs up as a, like, you know, if someone was like, hey, what floppies should I be picking up at the comic book store? This is one to look for. I mean, not everyone has my qualms with miniseries. So if you're like, hey, I don't care, I love miniseries, great, pick this one up. Skip Silk. Don't get Silk. Get Batman Reptilian.
Like I said, that X-Men Legends is the first one out of all the books that are up there. Is the first one that's on my pull list. Is X-Men Legends from before.
And speaking of suck, look, Heroes Return.
They're returning because they're going against the person that changed their reality. You know. So
this is the beginning of the new event that takes place after Heroes Reborn, and it's just with a whimper. Jason Aaron is the new series. No one cares about this.
Ed McGuinness.
The Heroes Return. They were gone for like 5 minutes. Like, seriously, when did Heroes Reborn start?
January, I think.
No.
March.
I thought Heroes Reborn was like a bi-weekly series. It feels like it started 5 minutes ago. Like, it feels, you know what I'm saying?
Moving on. Yeah.
And now we're like, oh, and now they're returned. You're like, dude, they weren't even gone. There was like a blink of an eye. Ascender, one of my favorite books. Yeah, everyone's missing it but me.
Checkmate's a new one for DC.
Oh no, this is the Brian Michael Bendis series that they that they shelved.
Hey,
like
Life Story 2's out.
That they shelved like 2 years ago. Remember when they did Event Leviathan?
I should look that up.
Do you remember Event Leviathan?
Oh, that was last year, right?
No, that was like 2019.
Yeah, or something like that. Yes.
The Bendis whole Leviathan. Then they did the Leviathan Rises, and it was like one issue, and then it got pulled. And then it was like, oh, it's the COVID. Oh, we're putting it on hiatus because of COVID. We're not making comics. And don't worry, it'll come back. It'll come back. And then here we are, checkmate. So I'm betting you this is the remnants of that book.
Brian Michael Bendis, yeah. He's giving an ending.
Event Leviathan was such a joke. God, what a ripoff. And you're going to pay, only $3.99. I thought the other books were $4.99.
Nothing else on there. Keep going. There's that Black Woman. The beautiful covers on that black and gold Wonder Woman thing. But it's only one story. The other is good.
This is like the new trend. Black and white and something.
Yes.
Or they just called this one Black and Gold.
It was the John Acurdy story with Ryan Sook. It was the only one that was out of all 5 stories had the best art and actually was really, really, really good. Well, I mean, look at the covers though.
That's what I hate about anthology books.
Oh my gosh! The covers are just crazy good. These are my cheesecake covers, bro. But I don't want to get what's inside.
$5.99 though, man. Good lord.
Hey, at least it's not $10.
Is there any men on this book?
Yeah, Ryan Sook. He's doing the art. There's Yannick. Yeah. Okay, doing Vicarian. Yeah, but writing, no.
Okay, so John Arcudi. John Arcudi. Yeah. But we got I don't know who AJ. I don't know if that's a male or female. But we got Nadia Shamans, Amy Reeder, Becky Cloonan.
The Becky Cloonan story sucked. The art was horrible on it. But Ryan Sook, though, the way he draws, it's like looking at old Ed Benez. Birds of Prey.
Ryan Sook is a good artist.
Yeah, but look at those covers, dude. It's like, wow.
Yeah, the sad thing is DC knows what they're selling. When they do this stuff, they know that they don't have the quality inside. this is like a red flag to me. I see this and I go, oh yeah, this book sucks.
Top center cover is what we're hearing. Yeah, that's okay. That was that one. Yep. And then the Carla Cohen. Wait, are you telling me that women are doing these hot covers? That women appreciate the female form? Even that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's
like
Yannick. That was Yannick Paquette.
Yeah. But look, like I said, I can't believe these covers though. It's like, that's all right. I mean, that's not. But the other ones were like, I just said, like, it's just. Remember, everything is avert the male gaze. I wonder if Gail sponsors. It's like, I need to complain. It's like a Karen. That's what I'm waiting for. Ugh.
Joshua Middleton. It's interesting.
She wearing just a towel. Like I said, the best. You know what's gonna be? What people are gonna buy these covers and then flip them for the covers. That's speculators. They don't care about the stories. They're gonna say like, "Oh, look how great this cover is." This is a really great cover.
Yeah, but covers don't sell. I mean, they sell on the new rack, but they don't sell on back issues.
If I saw this cover and I didn't have a chance to like open it up, you're taking a 50-50 gamble. I'd be like, "Well, I paid $5 for a poster because I just tear the cover off, just have it on the wall."
Yeah, it's not worth $5. I mean, they are some good covers. I think this is the whole black and white thing.
I just want the prints. That's all I want. Who do I go? What's website to go to buy the print?
Yeah, it'd be nice if they did a.
It's like they're really desperate. They want the male gaze. They're like, oh, crap! These books near so. Well, let's use sex to sell it.
I'm trying to think of which one my favorite is.
Still like that one at the top, the Warren one. But I still like,
yeah, the Warren Lou. It's like photorealistic.
That's what I like about it. It's like and guess what? She's beautiful. She's in shape. She's not overweight. Like, I'm not Starfire. Feminists hate this stuff. It's like, why are you trying to, like, one guy got mad because a beta male on Twitter was like mad because somebody took the girl that's supposed to be in Supergirl actress, the little costume, and he man-nipped it, give her longer hair, and put her in a skirt. And the guy was like, "Oh, this is girl. She just trying to sexualize the character." And I said, "Dude, do you realize that she's been in a skirt since for how long?" And it said the only time a character gets sexualized is when you personally put sexualize it behind it. You start lusting after it. These characters, women are allowed to be beautiful, strong, and that's why women work out. That's why you see these women, they take pride in looking good. Not only that, because they want to be healthy too. That's why you see women working out. That's not a van thing. It's the fact that they want to, beautiful women do exist. It's like, it's, and like, I don't know if you replied back to me. I haven't heard anything back yet, so you probably just shut up. I was like, I usually don't go off on people like that, but I was just like, it just irritates me when people use that. Like, you just want to sexualize the character. I'm like, bro, yeah, I'm sure you are. I'm sure you're seeing
Stray Dogs looks like a good book.
Yeah. You give that a good review.
Yeah.
I think yes.
I read the first issue. It's a solid book. If you it's like Disney characters in a murder mystery, but it's like an adult, like it's not like Scooby-Doo. It's like a weird like a serious, like it's like a I don't know, like Silence of the Lambs type murder thing, but drawn with like all dogs go to heaven type characters. There's Wonder Woman in black and white and gold. It does have some pretty covers. I agree, but when I see anthologies, I just see waste of money. Every time it's like, oh, there was like one good story in there, and you're like, okay, what was it, like 12 pages that you got, and you spent $5.99? Just no. If this was like a single story issue by good creators. Speaking of Jason Aaron, here's a Sea of Stars no one talks about. Marvel Voices. So here's a woke book. Do people buy these woke? $10. Marvel Voices Pride #1. $10. Oh God. Just wipe your ass with your money. It'd be better. Anything else looking? I heard Philadelphia's good.
Nothing from there. What about Spider-Man? I may pick up the second part. Red Sony, I'm definitely getting. That's on my list. And then so is there should be like Vampirella. Vengeance, I think it's Vengeance or just regular Vampirella. But yeah, Vengeance of Vampirella. Those basically the Red Sony, Vengeance of Vampirella. 2 books I'm going for. The other ones I may or may not get. There's a new book down there from Boom Studios. It says Good Luck.
Yeah, I like the art on this, but I hate the coloring on the cover. This whole like what they call it, the bisexual coloring.
Yeah, the woman coloring. Yeah,
I like the line art though. Even it's kind of cartoon. It is very cartoony, but
it reminds me of Erratic. The designs, like the
somewhat,
arms,
yeah, somewhat. It kind of reminds
me
of that. Reminds me a little bit of what's his name that's doing the Strange Academy.
Kids Next Door. Look like big jackets, Parker jackets, little arms, little legs.
Yeah. I'm kind of partial to cartoon art.
But
there's nothing really else good. Everyone left their show.
It's like, they came back though. We went down the 1 and we jumped back to the 4 within like a second.
Yeah, because now we're getting like foot traffic in. Like, what the fuck is going on in the middle of the night? Oh, these jackasses talking about stupid comics.
It's 4 a.m. here where I am, 5 on the East Coast.
Vengeance of Vampirella #19. You go.
You know it's bad when I can hear birds outside chirping, and it's still dark out. It's like the birds. That's the one thing I hate about birds. They know, like, all right, I slept. Time to wake up. Dude, it's 4 a.m.
What's this? Jules Verne's
Jules
Lighthouse?
Verne's, yeah.
I never heard of this.
It's David Hine. Okay.
Is it like Cheesecake Jules Verne?
I don't know.
That's a pretty. Look at that cool black and white cover.
You'd have to go to the very first issue and look at it because I have no idea.
That's actually not a bad idea, though. Take these old classic sci-fi stories like this that are all kind of public domain and cheesecake
update them. Yeah.
Oh, I guess Dynamite and Xenoscope have already done that, haven't they? Dynamite's done it with Deja Thoris.
Yeah. Tarzan, has been part of the stories as well as with he did crossovers with Red Sonja, which is really weird. For a while, Dynamite had a Red Sonja thing where they Red Sonja, like different universes, animated Red Sonja who's a pirate.
I've never even heard of these. It's like sci-fi, edge of the galaxy, giant supercomputer known as the Lighthouse, the only brain powerful enough to navigate ships through the Sargasso of naturally occurring wormholes, potentially cutting months or even years off spaceship's journey. 3 humans, 1 alien, and a nanny bot have manned the remote station for 4 years in relative peace until the arrival of Captain Congre or whatever, and his band of cutthroat pirates threatens the future of civilization and reveals that each of the Lighthouse crew has been hiding a shocking secret. He who controls the Lighthouse controls the part of the galaxy. From the team that brought you The Marked, and Sonata comes a double-sized sci-fi thriller set on the high seas of space action based on the work of master storyteller Jules Verne. Wow.
We're being asked by a brewer. Pick one. A book with good story or a book with good art. I can't. It does. Like I said, you can have a good story with crappy art. If the art's so bad, Stephanie Phillips, I believe, is a good writer. I mean, but I tried reading that first issue, and the art just really did it. It just ruined it for me. I figured, why is Riley Osborne even there illustrating? Just give me her just doing the overall story writing. Get rid of the graphic novel part. Just make it just a novel. But oh yeah, I think that I still gotta read the part 3 of the Conan tale. I've been reading the Ed Brewer or Ed Burrell. Is that his name? Is Edward Burrell, the one who
Edgar Rice Burroughs?
Yeah, that's the one that created Conan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. That's it's Cimmerian or Cimmerian, whatever. Been a fun book. For this from a person who hates Conan books, I hate all the comic books of Conan. Love the games, love the movie, just don't care for the books. So reading this story, I was like, wow, this actually has been pretty good. So, and I love they're gonna start doing this like with the lighthouse stuff. It's kind of cool. Tesla.
Well, I have this is the
that
same
stuff.
artist. Wait, writer, artist, cover artist.
I imagine it's just Brian Hollows doing the art.
Well, there's the two artists, there's Brian Haberlin and Gerard Van Dyke. The Sonata had good art.
Yeah.
It didn't really look like that great of a comic, but I mean, yeah, I'm gonna check this out. I've never even seen. This is one of those books that never makes the stands, so I didn't know it existed.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, oh.
Well, yeah, if it's really limited, that it's not really that popular, it doesn't get ordered.
Yeah, then that's unfortunate.
Like, the one that Breen was talking about, the one that Casual Fling, never made it into the bookshelves.
So, Web of Spider-Man looks atrocious. What a joke. Marvel's fucking destroyed the name.
Black Hammer.
Web of Spider-Man used to be like the number 2 Spider-Man book.
That's the thing that's confusing me. You look it up on my comic shop. He's like, "Do you mean the good one?" Trying to look up stuff on it. Lady Baltimore. Except Adventures of Vampirella has been consistently good. It's the same as what you're reading the '90s stuff. It's '90s Vampirella. Tom Sikorsky has been like knocking it out of the park for me. I'm enjoying it. And plus, whenever I share on Instagram, I love about this. Certain writers and artists will acknowledge you if you tag them. Tom Sikorsky, I probably butchered his last name, but he started following me because I kept sharing on his work, even the old ones I was buying. He was giving, liking my stuff. Rob Liefeld, whenever I share out any of his books, he adds me to his story. He's been doing it. He does it to everybody. Anybody who shares out his books or variant covers for Iron Man, or what it was, or for Captain America Animals.
Hey, look, there's Beckstar.
Yeah, yeah. I was surprised you didn't bring that up because that was like the first thing.
That's
look,
it's way down on the list.
Ninjas and it beat out Tales Terror Quarterly Game Night. It beat out Cheesecake.
It beat out Archie and Veronica.
The Modern Frankenstein. That looks like a manga. Star Wars Insider 203. The Rebel Rousers.
I used to be so into Star Wars Insider magazine before it was all shitty. I used to be excited about Star Wars. All right, well.
Dead.
So my pull list looks like this.
Yay.
That's what my comics will be waiting for me. Pretty good. I mean, yeah,
Your
pretty good.
pull is a lie. We know you're reading Hickman. Not the Gary Duggan.
I am reading Hickman. I'm reading. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Damn it, Hickman, where are you?
It's gone.
There it is.
Man,
Decorum number 8. There it is, Hickman.
August is the next one?
Yeah, it's been on hiatus.
Jeez.
I know.
And the thing I love about this website, sometimes they get the date wrong too. Let's say this book's, you know what? The one that's still up in limbo is at Tarna. Supposed to be the last issue of the series. It's supposed to be a 6-issue miniseries for Heavy Metal, and it was supposed to come out like 2 weeks ago, but they never shipped it to comic book stores. It got pulled. It was never shipped out. It was really weird. Berserker. You should read that online. How many issues? It's gonna be like what, 6 issues? 12 issues? Berserker? That'd be a fun story to read.
I don't know. Some people have been saying 12 issues, but I haven't heard anything official.
If I had to sit through 12 issues of pretty much Thor, he's an Aaron. I need to
I'm
cleanse my throat.
enjoying the story though. The third issue was cool.
The horror. Oh
Geiger's
my
cool
god.
too. Are you following Geiger?
No, that's one book I'm gonna wait till they get a couple more out because I like to binge read stuff.
Oh, you suck. Noctera was good.
I like to consume it all at once and then wait for the next one.
I mean, sometimes I do that. I'm behind on some books, but it's just more I
Well,
fall behind. I
some
don't
books
like.
read better that way. Like a lot of books read better that way. Like Walking Dead, the rereading that, reading it, binge reading it is it's a lot better a read to me because they feel like shorter books, even though they're the same the length. It's just that there's not as much dialogue as you would think there would be. There's dialogue where there needs to be dialogue, but when there's zombies attacking, you don't need the dialogue. You just need Rick's like, hey, go over there, do that. Okay, that's it. And then there's so it's a quicker read. I love action. I love everything that's going on. In the fact that the way Kirkman wrote that series is like he still he didn't write a lot of words, a lot of dialogue. There's when there needed to be, but he still managed to get the action in there and also expand the character growth. The characters were fleshed out. Every character you saw was fleshed out. There wasn't really any characters in there that they were just kind of throwaways. That's what I liked about it. Like he cared about every single character he put in the book.
That's pretty much all of his books, though.
But I love that when authors do that. It's like,
well, he's a what we call a real writer. He understands what he's doing.
What?
Yeah,
when you're not hindered by a studio and you can write what you want to write.
I have to disagree though about. I mean, it's cool to be able to binge. Like I gotta get back into. Speaking of binging, I gotta get back into Invincible. But I mean, I binged 42 issues of Invincible, and it was fun. But I absolutely don't think that it was better than 42 months of loving Invincible. I mean, I imagine if I were buying those every month, I'm telling you, like I'm having so much fun with these Snow Angels books.
193 issues, man, in like a month.
I'm like way into it. It just, and I was like, you get on that cliffhanger and you're like, damn it. And then you wait, and then you see that issue appear, like it's a new issue, and you can just like jump right on and figure out what happened. And that permeation in your subconscious for that length of time is just so much better. When you binge something, yeah, you enjoy it and it's fun. Like I loved Invincible, but that comic lasted like how long is it? Like years, 12 years.
Yeah.
People who are fans on the stands got like 12 years of enjoyment. I'm going to get like 12 weeks of enjoyment out of it.
You also had like agonizing months in between.
Yeah, but in hindsight, like the agonizing is instantly gone when it comes time to get the book. It's like Christmas when you're a kid.
My thing is
waiting for Christmas always sucked, but Christmas Day made it all worth it.
Yeah, but if you wait too long in between issues, I forget about what happened. Like a week later, I forget what happened in the book. I have to go read the last issue because it took you forever.
Yeah, that's just. Yeah, you're spoiled today. That's the problem.
Not spoiled. No,
you are.
Just like give me it all at once, or don't give me it all. You're gonna give me here's a little bit.
You're spoiled. Yes, that's the instant gratification mentality.
Yes, and it's better than starving myself and like, okay, I feel better. All right, now I gotta wait 2 months. We're over. Like I'm suffering around with the Greg Rucka thing. It's been like how many? It's been half a year now.
No, because the anticipation and the build-up makes the payoff that much better.
For TV shows, I agree.
For anything, when you have to wait for it, that anticipation. Now, if it fails to deliver, it makes the payoff that much worse. But it's like Christmas. Like I said, like when you're a kid and you had to wait for Christmas, it was like, oh God, this sucks. And it was like December's like the longest month in the world. But
the problem is though, as soon as Christmas came, you're ready, you get whatever you do, and then like the next day you're bored. That was me. So I want the next one, whatever I'm gonna get next. I was looking forward to the next one, like all right. No, or Christmas you gave me this, I gotta go. Like, oh look, I got socks. Give me the next present.
You got bad Christmases apparently.
It's like, I just have a higher standard. Stuff I like. When it comes to stuff I like and all, yes. With certain things. I've been in the past, like, since 2019, I've lowered my standard in comic books because the point I've realized, you know what, I'm never gonna find that book that I love. And when the same feeling with Spider-Man, I'm never gonna find that ever again. For reading that first, couple books, a whole 100 issues, you'll never get that high because that's just what Marvel has pretty much gone down to. The closest I got to, probably the last time I geeked out was, I think it was King in Black 4. With the whole Iron Man thing.
Well, the thing is you see, this is why I say you're spoiled, is because you came into comics binging. Like, your experience with comics was just diving into something and having
I wasn't just binging stuff. I was reading Thor and stuff, every other week.
No, I thought you came in with the Spider-Man on disc.
I came on the disc, but in between that, I was still reading the other books that were by the store.
Right, but the Spider-Man is what we're into. And
yes,
you had hundreds and hundreds of issues at your disposal.
It doesn't make a difference now. I'm still reading every other week, but just like
that's because you have to.
I don't have to. I can wait. I've waited before. Look what I did on the Oblivion song. I waited and I read 4 issues.
No, you're not hearing me.
It's not. They're not. These books aren't captivating me, making me want to wait.
No, what I'm trying to say though is you got into Spider-Man. You got into Spider-Mans that you already had access to. Like, when I got into X-Men, I bought a comic off the shelf and was like, oh, this is cool. I got to wait another month to get the next issue. Then I got it. I was like, oh, this is cool.
Did you start in the middle?
Yeah.
Or did you start?
Yeah.
Okay, see, I started from the beginning.
Right. Again, that's what I'm talking about. You're spoiled. You were given, like, here's 500 Spider-Man comics. Start from the first one. I just picked up an issue. Actually, technically, I picked up 2 issues. So I went to the...
that's like starting in the middle of a story. I hate that. It was like, let's watch the middle of a movie.
No, that's not how comics work. And that's, what I'm telling you about, like, being spoiled. Comics are never meant to be like, oh, this is part 200 of the story. Like, you could dive into comics anytime you wanted. Modern comics, with the whole writing for the trade shit, have done that way.
I couldn't do that with modern comics when I got into Spider-Man. By 2006, they were already at 600. There was no way you could dive in. You had to go way to the back to understand everything that was going on. Otherwise, you're like, who the fuck's Gwen Stacy? No, they didn't really tell you about that. They wouldn't the whole thing. They weren't telling you who these people were. Like, at all. It's like, I felt like it was spoiled for me. Like, oh, she's the person that is, and then she's up with Norman Osborn. Like, what? So I had no idea who she was, Gwen Stacy, because she wasn't even in the cartoon.
Right. This is what I'm trying to say. You're not letting me talk about it.
Well, I know what you're saying.
You didn't ever have to. Everything was done for you. Here's all the Spider-Man comics. You can start.
You didn't have access to internet. I'm sorry. You had access to whatever you could afford at the time. Yes, I understand that you bought a book.
No, I'm just saying that's how comics were designed to be. They are a periodical magazine that come out monthly. They weren't designed under the expectation of that you would be buying them for 10 years. So you could jump in at any time. As such, when I got into comics, that's just the way that I learned. What I'm saying for you is
the way it was for you. You had to have
not letting me talk. So what I'm saying for you, you got to have like a disc that had all the Spider-Man books on them. You could start at issue 1. You didn't have to wait for the next issue. You could read them at your leisure, and you could consume them. And that trained you that's how you could consume the media. This is like kids today.
I'm not trained, dude.
You are.
They say I'm trained.
You're not.
That's insulting. No, I just preferred to read it like it is.
Rankman, we're all trained. Every human on the planet is trained.
So you're trained to wait periodically, then?
Yes, we're all trained. Society trains us how to behave, how to wipe our butt, how to do things. Everything we do is because we live in a society that's trained us. If you would have grown up in China, there'd be a lot of things you could do differently because society would have trained you differently. I'm not saying this as an insult to you. I'm just saying that your experience...
I just understand the reason behind it, though. I'm just saying I don't know your reason
You won't let me finish get to my point. You keep interrupting me.
You've made your point several times,
No.
and you go back to the same thing.
No.
So tell me your point.
My point
Other than
is
saying I'm spoiled, because that is an insult. That calling me spoiled, that's an insult name. You're spoiled. I'm sorry that I grew up in the, where they already had the comics. I could go back.
You're looking to be insulted. That's just.
Well, you're trying to insult me, dude. That's fine.
No, I'm not trying to insult you. It's very much like I'm spoiled that I can go walk to my refrigerator and grab cool drinks out of it, and I don't have to walk 25 miles to a well like someone in Africa has to. They would look at they would look at me and go, "Dude, you're spoiled. You have it so easy." I wouldn't say, "Oh, you're insulting me." Like, well, that's just the
I would
case.
never use that. I'm just saying, the way I like reading, consuming stuff is just the way, not because I train, because I have the option to do it.
Of course, I don't like walking 25 miles to get water from a well. I'm spoiled.
You have the option to read books.
Very
go
happy.
back to it. When you're younger, you had the option to go back and get. I mean, well, now you do, but like in the early 80s, yes, there was really no back issues unless you went and bought back issues.
We now live in a society where instant gratification takes over. I am seeing kids grow up in front of me that have no understanding of like broadcast TV. Like the idea of like, wait a minute. Like to them, TV is like streaming. Go on to the internet, hit a button, their show is there. No idea of like what a channel was and like commercial interruptions. Like these things are completely alien to them because they never grew up under this. They don't understand. Like I grew up when I wanted to watch my favorite cartoon, I had to like run home from school and be home by 3:00 because it started with or without me, and I'd watch it, and then there'd be commercial interruptions that I couldn't fast forward through that I'd have to tolerate. And none of us complained about it because that was the best we knew. Like we were like, yeah. If I had to go back to that era, it would be tough because I have been spoiled with things like the internet and on-demand programming and streaming and things. Like, it's not an insult. I'm not taking a slight against you as a human being, but these are the cases. Psychologically, humans, you can be spoiled by things. It makes you soft. It makes you appreciate things less when they come
you're getting
easy.
on because I like.
I'm not getting on because I like.
Why are you making me feel? Because I binge read some stuff or I binge watch some stuff. I don't do that for everything.
No, I was just trying to make a point about why.
Dan Brewer TV. Oh, it's supposed to be nice. Good night, Marania. That's probably the time they end. It's 4:20, dude.
Yeah,
but
my point was just simply to illustrate why some people, I think, tolerate more of the monthly release schedule. I was trained that way for years, and I got into that, and I got accepted, and I learned to see the positives of it because I was forced to. When you're not forced to experience something, the only way you can judge it is through your own imagination. It's like when I cook a new meal for these kids, they don't even want to try it. They're just like, oh, that sounds disgusting. But I'm like, you haven't even tried it yet. Yeah, but I don't know. And it's because and then the meals that I make that they like, they go, oh, this is my favorite thing. And I'm like, yeah, the only reason it's your favorite thing is because you were forced to try it. Had I left you to your own devices, you would have never tried it and you would have had something else instead.
But I do like the pros of having the internet or just having back issues now. Is that person like you, or first, so back in the 90s, there's no way I'd be able to afford to buy, or go back and read like the stuff like Amazing Spider-Man or stuff, or any of them, unless they're on CD-ROMs for me to read, because where they weren't really putting out trades, collecting volumes of every English issue, like in Fantastic Four. There's no way I would. You'd have to save up money and try to read it. I'd have no interest because I'd be spending all my money on that. It's just like there's too much I'd want to read and not be able to afford it because speculators are collectors. I'm the person who wants to read the book, not collect it and try and keep it up for value of money. I just want to read it, consume it.
Yes, I'm not discounting the benefits.
Yeah,
I'm not saying we should go back to the Stone Age, But what I am saying is being spoiled by things, like when I use the example of being able to grab cool drinks out of my refrigerator, being spoiled by things can take away your ability to appreciate said things
Yes,
because they
of
come
course.
so easily. I'm not
I
saying that they're
appreciate.
bad things. I'm just saying
I,
when you don't,
I
when you've never I've never experienced going hiking 25 miles to get water. So I'm sure
but
that someone who lives in an African tribe, if they came, they would appreciate the refrigerator way more than I would. Like to them,
I
it
would
would be like fucking heaven on earth.
I would say back then the books back then were not made to be binge read at all. No, they were not. But nowadays everything's being written for the trades. They're meant to be binge read. Certain stories.
Somewhat. I agree, but my thinking on that is that those type of stories tend to be bad stories, and I just like Bendis is that way. He totally writes for the trade.
Yeah.
If Bendis is like different. Actually, Bendis takes one single comic and stretches it into 6. So his stories are just so decompressed that you like if you just read one issue, it's kind of like reading 5 pages of a normal comic.
Nick Spencer
and just being like, okay,
right
that's it.
now.
I have to wait a month and I'll read 5 more pages and then wait a month.
Nick Spencer is writing for the trades right now. He's basically, he's been stretching out the whole Kindred thing for about 20 issues now. And before that,
he's writing for the omnibus.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. The way he writes, you have to consume it on a binge read. Because if otherwise you're waiting at the point where it's like, okay, the story's never going to end. I like being able to fast forward. Like, okay, I can skip this giant chunk because I know it's not going to mean anything.
Yeah, so I guess my argument comes from a sensibility of I'm only reading good books that are great, like Firepower. Like I don't understand. Like Jimmy makes this argument of like, I just want to read it for the trade. I'm just going to get the trades, and I'm like, okay, but you could read the issues now.
If your argument
is better as a binge, and I'm like, I don't think that it is because I'm living through it right now and I'm doing a show. I'm having way more fun getting Firepower every month and getting all excited when it comes out. And I'm like, that's one of my better comic weeks. And I read it and doing the show with Skip and all these things. Like it's just so much fun. If I just sat and just waited 6 months and bought a trade, waited 6 months and bought a trade, would it be an enjoyable read? Of course it'd be an enjoyable read. But it would not be as impactful to me as it is reading it month after month and getting that excitement and build up. And
that is that some people don't want to buy or don't have room for floppies, so they'd rather just have the trade format. But even trades can do that. So that's why Comixology.
Sure, and that's a fair argument, but it's a different argument, right?
Yeah.
That's if I were in that position, I would say, yeah, I totally see the point in that. However, I buy the trades for this reason, rather than try to argue that no. It's like trying to conform so that I'm buying trades because of a different reason, but I want to argue that it's better. Like reading trades is better because of the it doesn't. I don't know. That doesn't work for me. As long as you're honest about it, you're like, look, I would totally read month after month. That's a fun thing, but it just makes more sense for me to do it this way. So even though it's not the best experience possible, it's still a good experience, and it's what I'm choosing to do. It's like the Garth Ennis book. I would love to do the Garth Ennis book floppies. Like that's coming out, that Reptile. I think it's going to be a good book. Like that's probably the most exciting thing DC's doing. But I just can't justify it to myself to support that. So I will maybe support it in trade if it comes out and everyone says it's great. Or if it comes out and everyone goes, it wasn't that good, then I go, cool, I dodged a bullet. But, it's not because I don't think floppies are cool. It's not that at all. There's other reasons. And so people who are interested in that, I'm like, go for it. If you love buying them, do it. I just don't want you to buy stupid books. That's all.
Like I said, I'm at the point where I buy mediocre books. What you consider to be awful, I consider to be average.
Well, if you're getting your money's worth, that's what matters.
That's all. Yeah, that's all that matters.
Right? Like, dude, not everyone values things in the same fashion, right?
Mm-hmm.
To some people, buying a comic book at all is a waste of money. They just think comics are stupid. They would like have no comprehension. Like, oh, why would I pay? That's just dumb, right? That's fine. I readily admit that I'm kind of a snob. I don't get excitement out of Nick Spencer Spider-Man. I can't justify paying $4 plus versus whatever for those issues.
Dude, so, I looked at the price. You ever calculate the prices of it? Like, you take the how many books you're buying. If I'm spending like every week, I'm spending like every other week, I'm spending like $40 in comic books. Now apply that to every Wednesday, and how many Wednesdays are in a year? And you do that, apply that by like 10 years. And I was just like, I saved a lot of money when I wasn't buying comics. You know, that's crazy.
Yeah, you spend a lot of money.
Like,
this League of
comics are like buying cigarettes.
The League of Comic Geeks has the whole. Where did it go? They used to have this thing. Maybe it's under My Comics. They had a thing where it like showed you how much you were spending.
Pull list, maybe.
Pull list stats, I think. Yeah. So here you go. So you can actually see. So this month, $57.91. I have 74 active subscriptions.
Jeez.
Now books are on hiatus. Some books, canceled or whatever. But this is an interesting stats, and you can see how much money I spend week to week. So the June 16th week, and I'm spending less than I have since I've been back into comics. I mean, you saw my pull list; it's small.
Yeah.
So this week was only $10. Next week is only $6.91. But the full month, and this doesn't account for anything that I buy on a whim. This only accounts for the things that are planned. Tells me my formats, like how much is a normal comic, variants, annuals. Breaks it down by publisher. These are kind of neat little stats so you can see who's my most.
This week.
Here's my most pulled writers. So Robert Kirkman is number 1, Josh Williamson number 2, Donny Cates. This is pretty cool.
What's your list for this month, Tommy? What was yours? Your list? How much was yours total? Mine's $172 this month.
Yeah, and that's only counting the stuff you have on here. It doesn't count like any impulse buy. You walk in, you're like, oh, I gotta have this.
Yeah, DC Comics is the big thing, 27%, and Marvel's 25%, and then it goes to Dynamite, then Zenescope, then a little bit of Image, then Titan Books, and then Boom Studios.
So you should use this actually. Scroll down and see who your most pulled writers are.
Right now, most pulled is Robert Kirkman because I'm pulling the Walking Dead. I'm buying those.
Right, but I mean, since you were like, I don't really pay attention too much to writers, this might be a helpful tool for you to like look and go, oh, who are these? Whoever's on this list is probably your top writers.
Yeah, Donny Cates is at. Technically, Donny Cates should be first. I don't know why he's not. I mean, because the whole Walking Dead thing, I've already read the book, so I'm buying the color. So Donny Cates would technically be first if I wasn't getting the Walking Dead stuff. Followed by Ram V, Jed McKay, Scott Snyder's down at 6. Here then they have Tom Signosky, Chip Zdarsky, Dan Abnett, Jeremy Adams, and Mike Johnson. I have no idea who Mike Johnson is, but yeah, Dave McCraig.
I've never actually even seen this list. Like they've changed this around since I last looked at it. They had like the numbers, but the pulled characters. This is all going to change too because this is all calculating since I've been using it. So it's got a lot of DC stuff. Oh my gosh!
Look at this. Back in May 12th, I was at $65. That's the highest I paid. Then it went down by May 26th, $15.97. Then jumped back up at $40. Then went back down to $33.92. And then it shows last week was $42. And then this week, today, it says $26.95. And then they figure by July 14th you'll be spending $20 again. and then by August it'll be down to $16. You know, it depends on what's coming out, but certain books I'm buying, and sometimes I don't even list the books that I own on here. So that's another problem about that. I don't exactly put every book so I don't do my pull list, but I don't mark it that I have it though. I thought it would automatically do that for you.
Mm-mm. So what I do, the cool thing, so if you go to your pull list, I have that problem too. So the cool thing is it stores your pull lists. So I'll pull up my pull list, and then I'll go back a week, and then I can just like click through the thing, and then go back a week, and then click, whatever, like I read Geiger, so I marked it. I'll go through and do this. I forgot to do that. And I read Geiger, so I'll mark that read. Then I'll go back a week, and I typically do this like one every month or two. Sometimes I get behind, but like, okay. So I read this, read that, and I just go through, and just try to maintain it like that. And it's really kind of, I'll have like a YouTube video on or something, or listening, whatever. So, I can do all this, pretty simple, and it's not really my time, eating into my time. Birthrights, by the way, one of the ones I'm behind on. I was holding off on Birthright because, Birthright was on its last arc, and so I was gonna binge it, and so now the final one came out. And so for me, part of the problem that I suffer is because doing a YouTube channel and talking about comics all the time forces me to read a lot of comics not for enjoyment. And so it actually pushes the comics I want to read off. And that's kind of a weird thing that I never experienced before. If I didn't have this YouTube channel, I think all my comics, I would be up to date all the time. I would just be reading. But having to talk about comics and go and read it's a weird thing. It actually takes you out of the mood sometimes of reading comics. Like I'll go through periods of time where I'm just like, I don't want to fucking read comics because it feels like a job.
It does.
And I'm like, I don't want to do that, but that's kind of having a YouTube channel. I imagine it'd be like being a store owner, just so that I can be somewhat informed about what's going on in the books. But it's, it sours you. If I was just reading for pleasure, I would only be reading the good books. I would always be excited, but then I wouldn't have so many books that I'm not reading and I couldn't participate. And so, yeah, what are you gonna do?
Doing reviewing books, like, and we're doing that for We Got Issues, but we don't review books anymore on that stuff, So I was buying books, I was reading them, trying to get them done, and then like I was going to talk about them. Sometimes it felt like a chore. Like, I had a book, so I'm like, because I buy so many books, and I gotta read 10 books. Like, okay, I read 6, and like, oh crap, that's right, it's Monday night. Oh, crap, so I gotta read like 4 books. Because I take my time with the books. Each issue, I do take my time. But the thing that sucks about it, like even Britt says, a lot of the books right now they're not memorable. Like, there's nothing in there that's really stands out.
Right.
It makes you forget about stuff. That's when I read that King of Black series, like the whole thing with Iron Man, the cosmic thing where he has a giant mecha, cosmic thing. I was like, dude, this is awesome. Rock'em Sock'em. I was like, this made me pop. Like, I haven't popped like that in like forever with the comic book. I mean, like since early Spider-Man days. Nothing I read before that really got me excited about a book.
So here's my subscription list. I really love this site, man. It helps you manage what you're doing.
I'm going back there right now.
The subscription list stops down here because you can see. Yeah. So this is why I have so many active subscriptions, because it doesn't know. But yeah, so only the ones that have upcoming issues obviously matter. But that's still quite a few comics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 16. 16 books. it really cut my bill at half though, because when I canceled DC, not only did DC was my biggest publisher, but DC had so many bi-weekly books. So like if you had Batman, you might as well have Batman listed twice, you know? And Detective Comics, that was like 4 comics now, Batman and Detective. So by just canceling those 2 books, it dropped 4 off my list.
Yeah, like I said, like I there's so many books here I never even, like I either pull this, the fact that I got to add them to the collection really irritates me. If it's in my pull list, I'm buying it. It should automatically add to my list. Like, oh, okay, this person, it's in their pull list. So I've been going back and now I've been doing that. I wonder if it's going to change my graph.
Well,
Probably
I mean,
should.
it's giving you the option, I guess, it's not assuming you bought it.
Yeah.
What would be cool maybe is if there was like a button that you could just say,
like,
add all books from this week that I bought.
Yes,
or
that's what's missing, because I'm like, I can go back and like them.
Because I do that on my pull list. Like, I don't necessarily buy every book. For example, is it still here? I just took it off.
Only book I put on my pull list are the ones I'm buying every single week. If it's otherwise, it's not on my pull list.
Well, so like last week I had Berserker 3. Now I subscribed to the series, so it had like the normal Berserker 3, but then I manually added this C cover because I wanted to get it. So I manually added it, and then I only ended up buying the C cover. So just earlier I clicked and removed. I had both of them on there. Now if it automatically added them, it would have added both, and I wouldn't have wanted that. So I guess that's a reason why not to, is because you might change your mind at the last minute and pull a different copy, or pull, so for example, I need to remove Venom. Let's see. Nope. I was on the right screen. Because I am unsubscribed. Oh, it's not on here anymore. Oh, because
over.
Yeah. So I don't have to remove it because Marvel is actually canceled Venom. So never mind. I did have to cancel it at the store though, because they don't treat it that way. They would just automatically give me the new number 1.
Right.
So
let's see my pull list stats pop up.
I have 0 interest in Al Ewing Venom.
All right. Not really no change so far.
Ed says you can't have that many bad books if you're spending $200 a month, RDV.
Whether they are the Dynamite and Xenoscope.
I don't know.
$10.
I have a lot of bad books, and it was because I was spending $200 a month. The problem was I was buying bad books. I have less in my pull list because I culled them, but I was getting Bendis Superman, Tom King Batman.
I picked up. I've been buying all the Vampiro books coming out. Plus, I was buying all the Harley Quinn books that are coming out, as far as the Chunker Murphy ones. King and Black tie-ins. I was getting those too. Every Xenoscope book that comes out, which are like $6 each. No, they're one shots, or they're even not the one shots. Even those just are miniseries. Each book I was getting the C covers or variant covers, so that they go up $1 more. Spider-Man, I was buying that again for a while. So I got to the point where I was buying stuff. I had to back in February, I had the Future State stuff. I was getting the Batman Superman stuff. Plus, I was also reading the Dark Detective. Heavy Metal. So there's a lot of ongoing series that I was reading. Symbiote Spider-Man, that was another one I was adding to the list. And then I got, so you're looking at anywhere from like $4 to $5, almost like $6 I was spending on books. And I think like this one week is $50. That was February 24th. $50 I spent. But then I dropped it though. But look at the week before that. February 17th, 2 books. They were Vampiro, The Dark Powers, number 3. And then I had Dynamite, number 5.
I need to follow you, by the way. I don't know. They made this website really difficult to follow people.
Really?
I don't know how. I mean, I know how to, like, if I see them in the community, I can follow them.
Following right now, I'm following Ash Up Comics and Zach.
What is your thing on here?
Mine is just MA_Aries. ARES.
Oh, okay. I am following you, I guess. I
Yeah.
didn't recognize the name.
Do you see the Ghostbuster logo?
You're not the only Ghostbuster fan in the world.
That's my logo I've always used.
Believe it or
You
not.
look closely at it. There's a little RDB in green on the
I
bottom
can't
corner.
see. That's too small.
Yes.
Okay, so I am following you.
Yeah, it's like I said, like I'm going back and adding the stuff, but I don't think it really makes a difference whether you collection or not. It just because the graphic hasn't changed at all, really. It's still the same for me.
The graphic hasn't changed. What are you talking about?
The weekly spending trend thing hasn't updated charts or any of that stuff. When I pull the stats, even though I went back, I was adding books that I bought.
Oh.
So maybe it takes a while. Right now, I have active 44 subscriptions.
Oh, you might have to just refresh. You might be viewing the web page like through your. It might be cached. So sometimes
it's through my yeah. I have refreshed it multiple times now, so it's weird. So maybe I'll update later. Maybe it takes a while. Remember, this site's really wonky too.
Oh, it looks like they have They have a thing for retailers to use the site to do pull lists. Now that would be really cool if I could integrate, and then I could just manage my pull list
from
here, and then my retailer could see it, and I could just update it on the fly. Because updating my pull list at my retailer sucks. I mean, they're nice about it, but you can't update it yourself. So like they give you the list, and then they give you a piece of paper, and then you got to write down on the paper instructions of what you want to change, and then they got to go and then re-update it. And it's fine if you only do that once in a while, but man, like if you're just adding and removing books constantly, it's just I feel like I'm always troubling them. You know,
I have. Like I said, so I updated my books. So I'm getting the Red Sonja today, which is $4, plus the Spawn's Universe #1, which is $6. Tales of Terror Quarterly Game Night, $9. And then I get Adventure of Emperor L's is $4, and then I get X-Men Legends $4. So I'm spending today $27. Now that's if I decide if I want to do the Marvel, Spider-Man web thing or not. Because I don't know. Like I said, I'm torn because it's like if I really want to continue the story, I might. And like I said, I might just wait on Comixology and wait till they actually get a trade, and read it digital that way. Because it's a book that it's like when you read a book or story, watch a movie, and you only watch like a fourth of it, but you're like, this is a crappy movie, but I really want to know how it ends. It's like, yeah, it's like Napoleon Dynamite. Like you watch it and they're like, okay, this is so stupid, but I want to know what happens at the end. And then you're like, oh, I knew that. Why did I watch it? It's like, I torture myself. But I don't know. 1 star is reserved for the true. Are you fighting with someone on something? Hey, we're at 6 people again.
Yay! Just as we're trying to wrap up, as this stream has gone on for a million years.
The lowest he had though was 3 people. Me, you, and Brewer.
So that's a good time now to wrap this up. Thank you for everyone that made it this far. I'm sure no one's in a replay going to make it this far unless you skipped ahead. But hey, it's a story time stream. It's not really meant to be anything amazing other than just reading good comics. And
got the 3 apart.
These were good comics I read tonight, even if Venkman didn't think so. What did you think of those comics tonight? Or did you pay attention at all?
I did pay attention to them. Mainly the first one. The second one, I was just kind of like, eh. But like you said, like it is weird for a story. Like, I mean, I'm just sick of the dystopian stuff.
Oh, I love
You know,
dystopian stuff. So maybe I'm.
I mean,
away.
I do. So I mean, but like, it just feels like we're getting more and more dystopian stuff. It's like it's become a trope. It's like, if I'm gonna do an independent book, it has to be dystopian.
Actually, I don't know if I would really call this dystopian. This felt just more like
We
post-apocalyptic.
don't. Yeah, it's the thing. We don't know if it's
There's no real
post-apocalyptic.
government. There's no government.
Yeah.
There's
It's
just people in the wild, and there's a monster coming at them.
yes. So who knows? Like I said, it could turn out to be better. It
Okay.
could turn out to be a really good book, but
It needs more cheesecake, is what you're saying.
it has Jock though. That guy you told me about.
Yeah, he's not the artist you want to have do cheesecake. It'd be a bunch of scribbles. You're like, what the hell am I looking at?
It'd be like getting cheesecake and Winter Soldier.
He's not my favorite artist. That's my biggest downfall in this book. Was his? I like him for covers. He does some cool covers. His stuff is like too borderline abstract. For me.
For this book though, it fits because they're in the blizzard.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it helps, but
it's like watching Godzilla at nighttime with the rain, so you don't see Godzilla, all the flaws of the CG.
Yeah.
But
all right, guys.
I'm
falling asleep.
Now it's just.
Go ahead.
It's my final thought is that you have two teenage girls trying to survive against the Terminator. Because her dad was attacked by the wolf, his legs bitten, and he may survive. He doesn't.
So, we'll see. Thursday. Stay tuned.
Yay.
Maybe Venkman will be here. Maybe he won't. You'll just have to wait on pins and needles.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.